You can now watch clips from Jewellery Maker on our YouTube channel. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. I hope you're ready for the beach party that we have in store. I have to say that just because that's the theme, guys, you don't actually have to make the studio as hot as a beach. The air conditioning's broken. I've dressed for a beach party based on Carol's theme this morning, and I've even made some surfer style jewellery. Do you like that? I've made some jewellery. Laura Binding, it's so good. Laura Binding didn't even believe I'd made it. That's, she said it rocks. Thanks for inspiring us this afternoon, Laura. Bye. Laura's just leaving because she's been inspiring us with her wirework creations this afternoon. And I'm going to inspire you this evening with the incredible price points we're going to bring you. And of course, the gemstones themselves. We've got Amber. And not just any old Amber, Amber Cabochons. Oh my word. Now you had one opportunity to own the Amber Cabochons this morning with Carol. They have sold out. They sold out within a few minutes from what I could see on screen. I was watching from home. And so it's our job here on the Late Show to give you your second bite of the cherry. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I will say we do have quite a healthy stock level actually of the Amber Cabochons, but I'm never sure whether there's enough to go round. So my advice would be get involved early. Now, I made a slight error. Because this is our most exclusive launch of the evening, I assumed it would be our superstar buy. And I have directed some people on our Facebook page, or my presenter page I should say, to tune in from 8:45 p.m. Actually, because the quantity is quite high and because we know they're going to be sought after, we're going to launch these at 8 p.m. and give you the full final hour of the show to get involved. So just in case anybody feels a little misled by my Facebook state, so that was the original intention. But in order to make them as accessible as possible, to give people as many opportunities as possible, the Amber is going to be launched at 8 p.m. You'll still be able to buy it at 8:40 as long as there's some stock remaining. But I would get involved very, very quickly for these. They sold out this morning and they had an even larger stock level than we have for the Late Show. We have got a few hundred of these to go round though, so hopefully there will be enough. We've got heart shapes, oval shapes, cushion cut cabochons, lots and lots going on with this particular product. It's coming up at 8 p.m. But as our superstar buy this evening, how about this? One of the most popular and sought after gemstones on the planet, but the colour of sunshine. To fit in with our beach theme this evening, we have got yellow opal as our superstar buy. So this is going to bring the show to a close. And I think we've established over the last few weeks that opal's a gemstone that has a lot of sentimentality attached to it. So people tend to have a very strong association with this gemstone. And so to own an alternative variety of opal, such as your yellow tones, I mean, it's perfect for the summer designs that lots of people are putting together at the moment. So I think that, again, is going to be a big seller this evening. So get involved the second the graphics hit the screen. Of course, we've got lots of deals. We've got a very tropical 5-strand super saver with lots of vibrant colour tones and natural minerals. So you've got fuchsia shell, sky blue shell, or actually it's almost apatite coloured shell. And interestingly, our other premier strand this evening is in fact apatite. Now, we brought apatite to you over the weekend, and our tech op, Sam, who's also a jewellery maker, did come up with a little bit of an inspirational design. So I know that apatite is very, very popular for summer style designs, shall we say, because you've got those tropical blues, haven't you? On top of that, I've been doing my own research recently, and apatite is growing in popularity with American designers, and so I expect to see a big influx of apatite designs over the next 6 to 12 months here in the UK as well. So if I were you, I'd stock up on that early. But of course, here on The Late Show, we are dedicated to finding you add it to your order prices, and we're not messing around tonight. Now, on Sunday, we intended to sort of hark back to the miss it, miss out days. And, you know, here on Jewellery Maker, between 5 PM and 9 PM, even though we're The Late Show, if you miss it,
you miss out.
I knew Pete wouldn't let me down. I knew Pete wouldn't let me down. And as a result, we are going to make things very, very special, because tonight we're going to try to get through as many opportunities as we can. So it's going to be fast and furious. It's going to feel like you are at a beach party. I should just say as well, we're also joined by the amazing Ryan, who will be directing the show on the Wheels of Steel. Give us a little, show us that you're there, Ryan. There you go. That's how he does it. And Liam, our regular producer, is giving us all the products and prices, so he'll be shocking me throughout the evening with how low he can go. And the beautiful Amelia, who's normally on the morning show, is this evening joining us on camera. So, a dream team to rival all dream teams. Where are we going to start? I already credited Pete. Yeah, when we did Miss It, Miss Out. I would never leave out participation, Pete. He was top of the billing, quite frankly, boys. Right, where are we going to? Say again. Say it one more time. Oh, what am I talking about? I'm looking in here. We've got a special bundle to launch the show, and I'm looking through the products thinking, I don't know what that means, but yes, it's because we're bringing you the satin cords and the zapper tips. Here we go. So these are your thread zapper tips. So anybody who's already got hold of the thread zapper, and of course regular macrame workers and kumihimo workers, or anybody who enjoys working on braiding techniques, will probably have previously invested in a thread zapper. When you actually work with threads, you do get a little bit of fraying, and I can prove that actually because the necklace that I made this morning does actually use a cord, and by the end of it I was using my bead reamer to poke the thread through the wooden beads I've used. And I can actually show you the fact that it's frayed if you want. It's a bit difficult to get it off. I might have to take this hat off because it's getting a bit hot in the studio. It might be best not to actually, because I look at it so. Yeah. Oh, let me just turn it round. There we go. So can we get a shot of that? You can see. There you go. Now the beauty of the thread zapper is that you could literally, can't even see. You can literally blast those threads away, and it will give you a really professional finish, and it will also make the manufacturing process a little easier, because of course if you zap that thread as you were going along, you wouldn't have to use your bead reamer to poke it through the wooden beads like I did. And the little ends of the zappers do wear out, because as you can see they're very fine filaments. You see, so those actually wear out in time, because basically they heat up. And so the warmer they get, the worse the actual, what's the word I'm looking for? No, they sort of wear down. So they wear down a little bit more each time to the point where they're probably not going to be doing the job. So you need to replace the little, the tip, that's the word, tip. So the tip, you need to replace the tip of your thread zapper because that will wear away. There we go, got there in the end, didn't I, guys? Now, on top of that, anybody who is involved with any of the braiding techniques is also going to need to stock up regularly on their cords. And here, we've got 2 reels of your S-long cord and 1 of the very versatile and strong cord for all your braiding. This is a satin cord. So the S-long cord, very, very strong, but quite fine, whereas the satin cord, a little thicker, a little bit more significant within your designs. A very, well, very festive red, I suppose. You could look at it, but, you know, it's those ruby red tones, those cherry reds, if you like, very primary colour of red, if you like. Then you've got this beautiful baby pink, and then you've got this, I would describe this as sort of mustard gold, if you like. Actually, that's very true. Director Ryan's just saying these are almost sunset-like tones that you've got in your threads. Oh, sorry. Now I'm getting in trouble. It was my producer that said it. How to upset everyone in the room in 5 seconds by Ed McKay. Okay, if you do want to get involved with this, and we've got a lot of people already dialing the free phone number, wow, no wonder, because everybody on the free phone number already knows the price point because you've spoke to a member of our award-winning help team. And of course, anybody who is viewing this product on our website can see the price point instantly. So it's just $6.95 for 2 of the zapper tips. And these are sort of metal rods with your plastic holder and then your very fine filament, the little element at the end for zapping the threads. And of course, the reason these work so well is that the very tip of these is the perfect material for conducting heat. The only reason I say that is that 2 days ago I was shocked. Now I know we want to focus on jewellery making, of course we always do, but I feel like I have to share this because it was a little bit of a special moment and a little bit scary actually. The other day I was sat in a park with my child and we had a little bowl. There's, you know, they sometimes, as you go into polls, there's little dog bowls provided by the council or what have you. And it was filled with water and I've got a new dog and it was having a little drink. And my son went to touch the bowl and I said, "Oh, don't touch that, Freddie, you're going to knock that metal bowl over." And he said, "Yeah, well, metal conducts heat." He's only 3. He's never been in a classroom. Don't know where he got it from. Clearly, he must have got it from the big screen. He must have been watching TV and taking it all in. The only scary thing about it is I'm going to have to start saving for an expensive university career by the sounds of it. If he's able to retain this kind of information. So yes, he must have his mother's brains. He didn't get them off me. $6.95 for the threading special. 3 reels of cord. The satin cord in the ruby red. And then you've got those sunset colours with the pink and the gold in the S-long cord, which are so popular for so many disciplines, as well as the replacement zapper tips. And based on the story I've just shared with you, we've got a bit of a text topic for tonight's beach party. So if you want to get involved, we're in a party spirit and we're going to prove that with the price point. So we're going to give you a little treat. It's a bit of a pass the parcel. We're going to find something for everyone. On top of that, if you want to get involved with the show, if you want to interact with us this evening, then why don't you text in hilarious things your children have said to you. Could be jewellery making related, or it could just be that they've said something a bit silly. Keep them clean. They should be, shouldn't they, from infants? So if you are going to text in, the number you need is 60777, but start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Otherwise, it won't come through to my producer screen. And if you are shopping online and you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, simply click the message box and whatever you type will come through to producer Liam's screen, and he'll be able to display it on screen. We'll give you a shout out. So there you go. That is our intention this evening, to have as much fun as possible, but also to help you maximise on your 1 P&P per day. And we're going to do that right now with some clearance opportunities. Now, we've got a new approach to our clearance deals here on the Late Show, and basically the idea is that we double up on the strands, create a wholesale deal, and therefore give you even better value than we normally do. Now, here at Jewellery Maker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we've been selling jewellery designs for around about 10 years, and in that time the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, has travelled all around the world, building up strong relationships with the mine owners across the world. As a result, we get some very competitive price points on our gemstones, and we pass those savings on to you. And so here at Jewellery Maker, we're very proud to be able to say, and we say it with utter confidence, that we offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. When I say that, I'm talking about the quality of the gemstones, the clarity, the carat weights, combined with the amazing price points, unrivaled price points based on my own research. And here we're bringing you a gems of distinction quality strand of lemon quartz. Now, these not only come from our elite range of gemstones, sourced by our Indian buying office in Jaipur, who also source all the gemstones for the piece of jewellery you see on Gems TV. Well, not all, of course, because there are certain gemstones that only come from one location, but a lot of the trading takes place in India. And to be quite honest, when I'm looking at these lemon quartz, they're absolutely of the same standard I expect to see set into 95 sterling silver, or even 9 carat gold on our sister channel Gems TV. And it's because this particular strand of lemon quartz comes from our cut collection. So this has been handed over to some of our most experienced lapidarists, our gemstone cutters, and you can see that they've created these concave cuts, faceted to perfection. I mean, if you were to set just one of these gemstones into a ring design, you could potentially make your money back for both strands based on the clearance price we're going to give you tonight. I mean, you can see the way this has been checkerboard faceted, and you get a huge carat weight. 70 carats on one strand, and that is spread across just 4 gemstones. So we're talking about roughly 15 carats per gemstone at least. And if you were to buy both strands, normally it'd be $49.90, was that? $49.90, so it's normally $24.95. Tonight, you can own 2 strands of, for me, jewellery quality faceted lemon quartz. Very, very high carat weight for just $29.95. That's essentially buy one, get one for £5. It's normally $24.95 for one strand. Tonight you can own 2 for $29.95. I mean, if you were to set one of these into a jewellery design, perhaps a cocktail style ring, the benefit of investing in our cut collection is that you're offering your customers something that they might not even have the chance to own from the high street jewellers. That's how high quality these gemstones are. And I'm not just talking about the carat weights, although I have told this story recently actually on air, but just in case you haven't heard it, I used to be a producer on our sister channel Gems TV, and the most popular hour I used to produce was a Sunday night. It was called the 10 Carat Club. And so the reason it was so popular is because the idea of owning 10 carats of any gemstone really excites people who are enthusiastic about gemstones and gemology. And here you actually have the opportunity to offer your customers at least 15 carats in each stone. And of course, it's buy one, get one for £5. Hugely popular. Congratulations if you are adding those to your order. We're going to move on. And we're going to move on to a very vibrant and feminine gemstone here, because we've got your fuchsia quartz. You were starting to get excited there, Amelia, on cameras. What was that about?
Oh, I like anything feminine.
Oh, you like anything feminine? There you go. Well, how about these? These are almost a sort of neon pink tone, aren't they? And these are faceted rice beads. So here you've got the elongation from your gemstone, still faceted to perfection, but a slightly different finish. So even though they've been checkerboard faceted, they've actually had a unique coating applied to them. So you get a sort of funky contemporary finish to the gemstone rather than that classic look that we saw on the lemon quartz. These are the same gemstone, they're quartz, but these have received this coating which almost increases the vibrancy of the colour tone that we see from the gemstone. Now normally 2 strands of this would set you back $23.90, so it would normally cost you $11.95 for 1 strand. But tonight we are going to give you a clearance deal. It's going to be buy one, get one for £3. The best value on the market from us here at Jewellery Maker. Of course, we're very proud to say that. And it's not just because of our links with the Genuine Gemstone Company, but it's also thanks to your loyal custom. So you have allowed us to expand a rate of knots really over the last 4 years. I've been a part of that for over 3 of those years. I used to be one of the managers on the channel, and so I've really been given a unique insight into the way not only that the channel has developed, but jewellery making as a hobby has developed across the board. And to be able to bring you deals like this is really impressive. I mean, I can remember a time where a strand like this may have been a little more expensive, and the little spacer beads in themselves, people would have been clambering over one another to get hold of these. As our buying power has increased, we've been able to get much larger stock quantities, which of course brings the price down and allows a lot more of you to get involved. But whenever we bring you a clearance deal, we know it's going to be popular. So even if you're caught in 2 minds, you're not 100% sure about adding this to your order, I would dial that free phone number immediately. Take advantage of your 1p&p per day, get them home, fall in love with them, and you've got 30 days to appreciate the gemstone and to sort of figure out how you're going to incorporate it into your designs before you make your final decision. A clearance deal, $14.95 for those hot pinks this evening. And we've already had a message in. Is this regarding funny things youngsters have said? Okay, it comes from Della. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. It says, I started watching a film and my 6-year-old daughter said, what are you doing, Mummy? You only watch Jewellery Maker. They won't be happy if you don't watch. Supposed to be silly things, your children have said. That makes total sense to me. It's the most logical thing I've ever heard. Della, turn the film off. You can watch that at 9 p.m. Only messing. Shall I tell you something silly that my sister said when she was little? We went house hunting with my parents. We were driving around, so we were looking at all these houses that were for sale. And my sister said when we got back in the car, so we've been going, it was late afternoon, and we get in the car. My sister said to my mum and dad, she was like, it's funny, isn't it? All of the houses we go to are selling a black horse. Because outside there was a sign that said black horse for sale. Aww. That's not a joke, she genuinely said it. Let's move on. Okay, now, everybody has an individual relationship with gemstones themselves. Everybody has their own personal favourite. But no matter what gemstone you love to work with, no matter what jewellery making discipline you focus on, you're always going to need your essential findings. And we're about to bring you a double deal on gold-plated sterling silvers. This is something a bit special, and these are quite close to my heart because they feed into the jewellery making discipline which I've chosen to focus on, and that's chainmail, because we're going to bring you a bit of a deal on your jump rings here. I'll tell you why I love chainmail, because no matter how competent you are with chainmail as a discipline, and I have seen some very elaborate designs, you always get a professional finish. Well, that's my experience anyway, and I can tell you now, I'm nowhere near as talented at jewellery making as a lot of our viewers, but whenever I create a chainmail piece, it always looks like something that I'm proud of. Do you know what I mean? So that's the beauty of a discipline like chainmail. And I suppose that's why lots of people like wire work, for example, because it's quite free-flowing, and as long as you're confident with what you want to achieve, you will have that professional finish. The same goes to the braiding techniques, things like macrame. You've always got that very tight finish at the end, and so it looks very professional. But I would say even if you're a classic beader and you focus on those vintage style looks, you still need a jump ring, don't you, so that you can attach your clasp appropriately. And I think this is where it's at, gold-plated sterling silver jump rings. You actually get 100 in this particular bundle. You know, we get 50 in a pack, but we've doubled it up so that we can give you an impressive deal. Now at $19.90, that means we normally give you gold-plated sterling silver for $9.95. It's unbelievable. One of the reasons that I think it's important to invest in precious metals is that the guest designers tell me that people almost expect to pay a premium. Wow, buy one, get one for £3. This is gold-plated sterling silver. Unbelievable. So buy one, get one for £3. Now, the beauty of working with gold-plated sterling silver is that when people see the word sterling silver on your craft store, they're already going to be expecting to pay a premium. They don't know that you've bought your precious metals at wholesale price points. When you're actually able to offer your customers gold-plated sterling silver, I think that not only can you start to maybe justify the larger price points you want to achieve, but of course you're also able to bring your customers a very high-end product that might set you apart from other jewellery makers. So I doubt that many crafters out there are working in precious metals, and of course in about 6 to 12 months we're expecting to see the price on precious metals like gold increase, because we're not finding new deposits of this particular precious metal. And even if we do start to venture into the likes of the South Pole or even the North Pole to get hold of genuine gold, I think it's still going to end up driving the price point up. So anytime we bring you a clearance deal on gold-plated sterling silver, snap them up, particularly all of you chainmail artists. We just had a look at that chainmail necklace, didn't we? I love the gold and the bronzite together, actually, because that could be worn all year round, daytime or nighttime, and you can see what I'm talking about there, about the professionalism of the finish that you get working within a discipline like chainmail. Gold-plated sterling silver jump rings there, 7mm in size, and they're available at the price point of buy one, get one for £3. I'll be adding one of them to my order in the break. You've got 60 minutes to take advantage of the deal, and we're going to move on. Here we go. Now, we actually launched yesterday's show with the opportunity to own Tiger's Eye, but in the classic rounds. Today, we've doubled up on more of the elaborate cuts, if you like, because these are much larger gemstones. They've actually been classified as slabs. Doesn't sound particularly romantic, but it does focus on the size of the cut here. They're 25 by 18. Normally when I think of slabs, I almost think of something a little irregular, but these are very uniformed in shape. They are hexagons. Sorry, I was just counting how many sides they had. That's why. So you've got sort of elongated hexagons, if you like. Still got beautiful faceted edges, so that gives you a large surface area here. That would make them perfect for wire wrapping, wouldn't it? So as a result, they could end up being hugely profitable, because of course you could turn them into wire work rings. They're going to work all year round. Another benefit of working with gold and tiger's eye for jewellery makers out there is that it doesn't matter what metal tone you're working in, because of that muted, almost earthy tone, tiger's eye is almost certainly going to work. So whether you're using silver wire, antique bronze, copper wire, or of course gold wire, they're definitely going to work within your designs. And these are definitely large enough to be wire wrapped. Normally, 2 of these strands would set you back $15.90, but today you can add them to your order for just $10.95. Another huge saving, another wholesale deal from us here at Jewellery Maker. And of course, we haven't even touched on the key factor of tiger's eye, which is the optical effect. That's your chatoyancy. So they're literally ticking every box, these, aren't they? They're large enough to be features within your jewellery designs, although they could probably still fit in perfectly for maybe a little more gem heavy piece, but they certainly fit beautifully on the neckline or the wrist line as well. $10.95, a huge saving. And we're going to show another message because somebody's been texting. Okay, this is coming from David in Bristol. It says, when my son was 3 years old, he woke up with pins and needles in his leg. I hate that. He said, Daddy, my leg is full of lemonade. Oh, that's really sweet, isn't it? I love that. That is how it feels. He's actually nailed it. David's son has totally nailed it. That is how it feels. Do you know what? I've got really bad tennis elbow. And I've worked out that the reason I've got it is that I sleep with my arms folded. So I put all the pressure onto my elbow. So I wake up every day with pins and needles in my arm. We're going to move on. We're going to give you one more clearance deal before we bring you our first star bite of the evening. Over 4. Look at these beautiful sort of mulberry tones. Now these would work all year round, wouldn't they? Particularly for evening wear. That's the way I see it, because they've got this rich, almost red wine-like hue to them. They're faceted rounds. They're 10 mil in size. And just have a look at that. They almost look jet black on the surface of it. They're actually, as I say, a rich sort of like a red wine tone. I think that's quite accurate, actually, even though I'm making everybody thirsty now. Yeah. Look at the luster you've got. Because of that depth of colour, combined with the way these have been faceted, you've got that gorgeous luster. Now, normally these would set you back $15.90, so they're normally $7.95 per strand, and actually, you don't need to use many of these to make a big impact on your designs, particularly, as I say, with sort of elegant evening wear, I believe, because of that luster, and because of the quite unique colour tone. I can't think of another gemstone where you get this colour tone, maybe certain varieties of amethyst, but they're few and far between, I would say. Normally one strand would be $7.95, but tonight we're going to give you a clearance deal, which is actually buy one, get one for £2. So £10 for 2 strands this evening. That's essentially, it should be $7.95 for one. Right now we've taken these down to £5 per strand. I mean, when you think about how much work's actually gone in to faceting these in the way they have been, very, very uniform faceting, so you're going to get a very uniformed displacement of light, so you get that play of light on the surface. Basically, gorgeous sparkle. That's why they're so perfect for evening wear, because they are sparkling like no tomorrow. $9.95 is your clearance deal this evening. Normally it'd be $7.95 for 1 strand, so as I say, buy one, get one for £2. And for me, this could be an essential for a lot of jewellery makers, because anything that gives you the effect of a jet black gemstone but still offers you a unique colour hue is something which is offering you a lot of design scope. So I think as far as creative opportunities go, this is a must-have. 250 carats in 1 strand this evening. Add 500 carats to your order for just £10. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because I've got a little bit over time, and it is now my chance to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you are just tuning in, just to be clear, we're having a bit of a beach party theme this evening, so we're going to be bringing you lots of tropical holiday colour tones, but of course we are going to bring you something for everyone tonight. That's our job here on the Late Show, to bring you something so that you can maximise on your 1 P&P per day. And this evening I'm going to bring you some very special star buy deals. I mean, we already know about the Amber Cabochons coming up at 8 p.m, the yellow Opal coming up as our superstar buy, but the alternative star buys are not going to be premier products. Instead, they're going to be more of our discount bundles, and that's exactly what we've done here. Now, this is just perfect for your holiday jewellery. If you're putting together, I suppose these would be perfect for everyday pieces or evening wear for your holly bobs, because you've got the tropical blues coming through from your apatite. They're almost sort of swimming pool blues, aren't they, actually? Mm-hmm. And then you've got this sort of icy white tone coming from your quartz. Now, these are 6mm faceted rounds, very easy to incorporate into your designs. And they're so complementary, aren't they? The apatite and the white quartz together. It's a classic combination, and it tends to raise in popularity throughout the summer months when those nautical designs become so on trend. Oh, there you go. That really allows you to see how complementary the gemstones are to one another. And actually, now that we see that a little closer, you can see that little almost glitter-like effect that you've got from the finish on the white quartz, and how well that works with those swimming pool blues from the apatite. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And as I keep on telling you, apatite becoming hugely popular on the American jewellery circuit, and so I expect to see a lot of people actually requesting apatite designs over the next year or so. You can actually get ahead of the rush on apatite if you take my advice right now. And I've got a huge influx of buyers on the website. Adding this to your basket. Of course, anytime you're shopping from us at JewelleryMaker.com, please ensure that you check out as you go, because until you've checked out, you're not insured the item. So it could be that some phone buys come through on the free phone number. Speak to a member of our award-winning help team, and your bundle could be allocated to their order. I've got people multi-buying this, and I'm not surprised. Am I a little bit confused about the price point? I'm expecting to see a Gems of Distinction price point, because of course the apatite comes from our elite range of gemstones. You can actually see that in the saturation of the colour being very consistent, the beautiful polished cut that you've got there, and the clarity of the gemstones. So I don't know whether I forgot the price, but oh right, now it's all become clear. Now I understand why I've got so many people buying this online at JewelleryMaker.com. I should just say, if you are shopping via the free phone number, the price point comes up instantly on our website. So anytime I see lots and lots of people coming through on the website, I start to think, what was the price point again? Either way, I wouldn't have expected to see this. I wouldn't even expect to see the apatite being sold for $6.95, let alone the whole bundle. But that's the beauty of our discount deals here at Jewellery Maker. We're always going to bring you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones because of our buying power. But whenever we create a wholesale bundle, it brings that price point further down still, because it becomes a wholesale deal. And of course, whenever we create a wholesale deal, we give you a discount price point. Now, these particular price points are only available for 60 minutes at a time. So this will be available on our website, or if you dial the free phone number for the next 60 minutes, But if you phone up in 1 hour and 1 minute's time, you're going to miss out on that deal. You're going to have to pay the original price point. So take advantage of that deal right now. Currently, you can add both of these strands to your order for £3.50 each. It's a no-brainer to get apatite of this quality. Essentially, for the equivalent of £3.50, no wonder Diana's got two, Sarah Jane's got two, Michelle's got two, Josie's got two, New Buyer's got two. This is a way to multi-buy, to maximise on your 1P&P, and of course, to increase your gemstone stash, because you know the blues and the whites are going to work with so many other gemstones at $6.95. For me, I believe it's a must-have. You can see how well the gemstones actually complement one another within this design. Actually, perfect holiday look, isn't it, really? You can imagine if you're wearing, well, what would you be wearing on your holidays, Amelia? Just a little swimsuit and a caftan?
A pretty bikini with a sarong, maybe.
A little sarong with your bikini top.
Yeah.
I like it. And would you wear this along by the pool?
I've got a sarong, actually, that colour with dolphins on it.
There you go. Amelia's got a sarong that's this colour because it's got dolphins on it. So there you go. Complimentary holiday jewellery. Fitting the bill perfectly. I've still got multi-buyers coming through left, right and centre, maximising on the value that we're bringing you and, of course, maximising on their 1P&P per day. We've gone international several times on this deal as well. You can see there Bertha, regular buyer, across the pond in Colorado, taking advantage of the value we're bringing you here today. And of course, Bertha, maybe you can back me up. Have you seen a lot of appetite on the high streets over there in Colorado? If so, text in so that people know that I've been doing my research. $6.95 is the deal. Some people might be new to us tonight. They might have just tuned in and think, so what happens when you dial up? How do you choose which one you want for $6.95? No, I know it's genuine gemstones. I know the price point seems low. Both of these are available right now at the star buy price of $6.95, but only as part of this discount deal that's available for just 60 minutes. So dial that free phone number right now to get involved. Alternatively, you can add it to your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, but check out to avoid disappointment. Now, coming up at the top of the hour, rather than putting together the whole design for you, which I think the Appetite in the Courts did, because it's very holiday-styled colour tones, here we're offering you what I see as your accents to your holiday colour tones. This is your pastel tones that will bring you from your adventuring. Faceted rounds as well as graduated rounds and very large showcase rounds combined with your cabochon. So the way I look at it, here you've got your pastel tones, so you can afford to incorporate some of those more vibrant colour tones. My apologies for dropping the cabochon there, but you can see how dense the gemstones are now. But you know, if you do like to incorporate those intense purples or the tangerines or the yellows or the blues, you need a pastel tone potentially to tone it down within your designs. Beautiful collection of venturing coming up. We've only got about 15 minutes to wait, actually. We're going to move on now to January's birthstone. And I have to say, when I think of beautiful garnet, this is the colour tone that I have in my mind. Faceted top drill drops. These are sort of like pomegranate-like tones, I would say. And you can understand why this is often confused for the likes of ruby, can't you? Because garnet, just like rubies, is traditionally valued for a red colour tone, but a purple hue. And that's exactly what you get from rhodolite garnet. This is the sort of association with this particular variety of garnet. And garnet is unlike most gemstones because it's not coming from a gemstone family. It's not even a species of gemstones, actually. It's more of a gemstone type because you get so many variations of the gemstone, and those actually have different chemical compositions. So unlike most gemstones that have the same chemical composition but with different variations, Garnet has different variations within its chemical composition, and so it's known as a gemstone type. So you get grossular varieties that come in oranges and greens, for example. But I do think that when most people think of January's birthstone, when most people think of a garnet in their mind, they imagine that bold red tone. And again, it's more of a sort of red wine hue because of those purple hues that come through. And these are top drilled pear-shaped drops. Very, very beneficial to jewellery makers out there because, of course, it allows you to create traditional matching sets of jewellery with your pendant and your droplet style earrings. And you've got a little graduation in the size here. They range from 7x3 to 12x2 in size. So say the central stones, maybe these 5 or 6 here, would be perfect as pendants, whereas the smaller cuts on this end of the thread might be more suitable for earring designs. 45 carats of rhodolite garnet here for just $14.95. This is a gemstone which, like amethyst, will be seen being used quite heavily by the high street jewellers. So I suppose that offers you another benefit as jewellery makers. It allows you to do your own price comparisons and, of course, price your jewellery appropriately. But if you do have a look on the high street, you'll be shocked at the carat weights that we're providing you with. Now, these come from our Gems of Distinction range. They're our elite quality of gemstones. Basically, the kind of quality I'd expect to see set into 9 carat gold by the high street. Have a look at garnet jewellery on the high street. You're not going to get a garnet necklace with 45 carats in it for $14.95. We're talking about 33 pence per carat. Have a look at the high street because those jewellers are probably going to be setting garnet into 925 sterling silver, and you can expect to see a carat for 40, 50 pounds. We're not even staying at 33p per carat. We're about to go even lower. Start dialing that free phone number right now, or alternative, you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com. Click to buy now, but make sure you check out in the next 60 minutes because tonight you can have these jewellery for just $11.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. It's the equivalent of handing you back your P&P. And if you've already got an order up and running, this is the way you can test out the Gems of Distinction range. You can get these home for the reduced price point of $11.95 and make an informed decision. $11.95, unbelievable for, as I say, the kind of garnet I'd expect to see set into 9 carat gold elsewhere. And somebody else is texting to show this is how we like it, guys. If you want to get involved, you want to interact with us, do not hesitate. And it's Helen who's texting from Devon. It says, Ed, when my son was younger, he came running in and said, Mummy, there's a tortoise in the garden. I went out there and it was a hedgehog. Aww. That is so cute. Helen's already put so cute, but it is very, very cute.
What if the hedgehog ate the tortoise?
What if a hedgehog ate a tortoise, Amelia?
No.
Is it a joke?
No.
I thought it was a setup for a joke. What if a hedgehog ate a tortoise? I think
No, if it was a tortoise and then
it was a tortoise and then a little hedgehog ate it. Oh, so you're actually giving Helen's child a lot of credit there because you're thinking he was telling the truth. There was a tortoise there, but by the time Helen got there, it had gone.
Yeah.
No, he mistook a hedgehog for a tortoise, Amelia. We're going to move on. Don't forget that adventuring coming up very soon in about 10 minutes' time. Where are we going on to? I knew you were going to pick that. It's so tropical looking, I totally agree. It's your gorgeous turquoise. Now, turquoise is a unique gemstone really for the industry because it's quite difficult for us to source genuine turquoise. The reason for that is, well, it's twofold. One of the reasons is that you actually don't get huge deposits of turquoise when it does form. Whenever you do find a decent yield of turquoise, it tends to be snapped up by some of the big boys, if you like, some of the top end designers because it is so popular. And because it's been revered for so long, originally brought to Europe by Turkish traders. And that's why it's known as turquoise, because the ancient French word for Turkish was turquoise, and they called this the Turkish stone because of the miners and the traders that brought it to Europe. Now, it became very popular very quickly, but what actually happened was during the sort of Renaissance period, a lot of royal families and dignitaries of the time basically decreed that this was too good for the common folk, and that they were going to take control of all the turquoise trading, and they were going to own all the turquoise and put it into jewellery designs for themselves. And so as a result, this has got a very high level of prestige that's been created really by historical influences, but it hasn't changed the way the gemstone's seen in a contemporary light. So even today, turquoise is viewed by the top end designers as a unique gemstone to work with, and so they'll base whole collections around this gemstone. And so the opportunity to bring it to you is quite difficult for us here at Jewellery Maker. Combine that with the fact that, of course, in other parts of the world, people aren't quite as stringent on the way in which you can advertise and sell items, and so you get unscrupulous characters who will dye other gemstones, denser gemstones, this colour, and classify it as turquoise. You're never going to have that problem from us here at Jewellery Maker, because of course we lab test each and every one of our gemstones to ensure it is what we say it is. But because there are imitations on the market, it makes the sourcing process a little more difficult. Whenever we bring you natural turquoise, it generally comes in at a price point of between £30 and £40 for the carat weights, and the carat weights aren't as large as this. So we've tried to look for some alternative varieties so that we can offer a variety for everybody's purse strings, if you like. And these are the reconstituted varieties. Now, you can still say you're offering your customers natural turquoise. You've still got the same colour tone. In fact, on certain gemstones, the banding has even been retained that you'd associate with turquoise. That's known as the matrix on the surface of turquoise, almost like a webbing. And we've just taken this down to the most ridiculous add it to your order price. To bring you such a revered gemstone for under £10 is something I never thought I'd have the opportunity to do, actually, but to bring it to you at £6.95 and add it to your order price, it's just something so special. I mean, can you imagine if this was totally natural turquoise that offered you this colour tone and that was cut into these uniform drum-like shapes? They're 10 by 7 mil in size. I really believe that if this was completely natural turquoise, that you could potentially add maybe a 3 or a 4 in front of that particular price point, so you could be expecting to pay $36, $46, $95. In fact, traditionally, when we do bring in natural turquoise, you do get much lower carat weights than this. As I say, you're still able to offer your customers natural turquoise. It's just a reconstituted variety, and I think the price point is reflective of what you're getting, because as you can imagine, in order to create these uniform shapes of a natural gemstone, despite the fact that they're reconstituted pieces, it's still actually a very intense process. And this price point just does not reflect what you're getting, but of course that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We offer you the best value in the market and some alternative varieties so that we can bring one for each and every person's gemstone budget, if you like. We are going to move on, and there seems to be a lot of commotion. I don't really understand what's happening here. Pete has... Oh, a new product just arrived. I see. Oh, a new bundle. So this has been put together by my producer and sales manager. You're going to have to talk me through it because I don't know anything about this. Okay, so this is exciting. This is what happens when you're having a party. Somebody turns up and throws everything into hysterics, takes over the Barbie, pops a bottle of champagne. This beach party's gone into overload. Okay, so I'll take you through everything you're going to get as part of this bundle before we have a look at the exclusive price point. Of course, we're going to give you the best value of the of any supplier on the market, but also the Late Show gives you the best value of the day. Now, first of all, this bundle includes the portfolio bag. Beauty of this is you get the front space, so you've got that for all of you, perhaps your tools or information, maybe your business cards can go in there. I mean, I really see the portfolio bag as a product for people who are selling their designs, because the whole idea of it is that you can actually advertise your jewellery collections and your matching sets of jewellery. So here you've got all the little separate compartments, and what I would actually do with these is potentially use these as presentation windows. So you could just put a piece of white card in each of these and then put maybe your bracelet or your necklace design or your earrings in all of these. And what it actually allows you to do is have this on your craft store, and you can literally allow people to flick through your designs. Now what you could do is just put one example of each design you have in all of these independent windows, and then you could just say to people, right, this is an idea of what I create, and you can pick your own gemstones. So you could have your gemstones laid out, your designs displayed professionally within the portfolio bag, and then you can say, oh, well, if you like those earrings, I could recreate them using your birthstone. So it's a way to build rapport with your customers. The other thing about it is it's a sort of unintrusive way of displaying all of your designs, because of course you're allowing your customers to come over to your craft store. You're not sort of getting in their face straight away. You're saying you can have a look at some samples of my work, and so they can sort of have a step back, if you like, and literally look through all of your designs and the style of your designs. They might start to fall in love with the pieces you create before they've even decided what they want to buy, and that can be a key selling tool for you as a jewellery maker. Now, the portfolio bag for me, I mean, it could just be used as a way to store all of your designs. I know lots of people are hobbyists and they don't want to sell their designs, but I just see it as a great way to present your portfolio. My producer is so excited in the gallery because he knows the price point. He put this bundle together with the manager of the channel, the sales manager, Scott, so they're very excited. They're both in there. They're like gummy bears. They're bouncing off the walls. And the reason is that you normally get this portfolio bag, which is very popular with our jewellery makers out there. I should just say, you do get a normal sort of briefcase handle, but you also get this longer handle. So it's perfect for transporting all of your goods to your craft fair. And normally the portfolio bag in itself is $14.95. I like the way you've done this. We haven't even had a look at the findings yet. Right. Okay, so normally the portfolio bag is $14.95, and the findings pack that you get with this bundle is $7.95. I'm confused. I've never seen this findings pack before. It's okay. Normally a findings pack has 100 odd pieces, but this has a lot of pieces. Is this not 2 findings packs that we've got here? Pete, have you set up both samples of the findings pack here, sir?
No.
No?
No.
This is everything you get with this bundle?
Yeah, yeah. Those as well. Like this with it as well.
You're adding more things!
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm confused. Okay, just to be clear, so you don't think that I'm an amateur.
No,
This has literally arrived while we've been live. It's been put together by our sales manager and my producer earlier today, but it only just arrived at the studios. The portfolio bag is normally $14.95. One findings pack is normally $7.95. I just heard everybody coming to the realisation that's part of this bundle. You get 2 findings packs. I see. So the sales manager's built this with one portfolio bag and 2 findings pack. The producer thought there was only 1 findings pack, and he's priced it according to the idea that you only get 1 findings pack, but you get 2. So that means you get 230 pieces of silver-plated copper and the portfolio bag for just $19.95. I love the fact that now everybody's got their heads in their hands. Despite the fact a minute ago they're all bouncing off the walls, well excited. Now they're all like, oh no, we've made an error. Well, the benefit to all the jewellery makers out there is that because my sales manager and producer don't communicate properly, you've got a ridiculous price point. In fact, I rarely use this word on air. This is a bargain. It's a bargain. That's what it is. In fact, I'm going to throw another word in there that I rarely use here on Jewellery Maker. It's a sexy bargain. A double whammy. The portfolio bag and 2 findings packs of silver-plated copper for just $19.95. Get on the lines right now. It's a free phone number, 0800 644 655. They've made an error and you can take advantage of that deal right now. Just have a look at the findings pack that you actually get, because you've got so much going on here. You get a length of chain, you get a metre of chain. I mean, how much could you pay for a metre of chain elsewhere? But you don't get a metre of chain. You get 2 metres of chain. Unbelievable. So there you go, 2 metres of chain. This is all silver-plated copper, of course. You also get ribbon cord ends. You get fancy slider clasps. You've got head pins in 3 different forms. Oh, I love this. Look at these. I've never seen these before. These are the sort of diamond-shaped head pins. So I think we were intending to put this together with 1 findings pack, but actually you've been given 2 findings packs. Normally the findings packs are $7.95 each, right? So that in itself is £15.90 for just a findings pack. The bag in itself is $14.95. So that means now you can get 2 findings packs and the bag for $19.95 when you'd normally be paying over £30. So it's a saving of well over £10. It allows you to stock up on your essential findings, silver-plated copper. Basically works out that you're getting 115 pieces of silver-plated copper for £2.50, and then you're getting that again. So £2.50 per findings pack when you get hold of the portfolio bag tonight. Not exactly what we were intending, but of course it just offers you even greater value as a jewellery maker. I haven't seen the portfolio bag for some time either, so it's a chance to get hold of a very popular item before it enters the reorder list, i.e. it sells out. So you've got the portfolio bag and 2 findings packs for $19.95 this evening. Very, very impressive deal. In fact, more impressive than we intended. And I've just thrown crimp beads all over the place. So my apologies, Pete. I'm going to move that to one side very carefully. Why is there a picture of me here? Have they been taking the mickey out of me on air? Have they been taking the mickey out of me on other shows, Pete?
I don't know.
Come on, Pete. This is my headshot because we had a few requests for my face autographed. I should just say they are winging their way to anybody that requested them. We're going to move on because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, if you are new to us, you won't be aware of our star buy deals. We bring you one every 30 minutes here on the Late Show, and they tend to be either a premiere launch, like our Amber Cabochons we have coming up at 8 p.m. Have a look at this. Amber, oh dear. Look at this. So Amber Cabochons coming up at 8 p.m. this evening. That's a premiere item. And of course, we also have the yellow opal as our superstar buy. That's another premiere launch this evening. But the alternative version of a star buy is a discount bundle, where we take a collection of items from our website, we bundle them together and create a unique discount code that will only be available for 60 minutes, and we take the price down on those particular products. And when I say we go down, it's ridiculous value. Let's have a look at this particular collection of adventuring. Now, these are all your pastel tones, sort of fresh minty green tones from your adventuring. And we'll start with this beautiful oval cabochon. We know how popular the cabochons are at the moment. We saw hundreds of Amber Cabochons sell out on the morning show. And so if you do want to get hold of Amber and you missed out on those cabochons, don't forget, we have your second bite of the cherry at 8 p.m. But the reason that cabochons are so popular is that they lend themselves so perfectly to many of the more popular disciplines here at Jewellery Maker. So wire work as feature gemstones for ring designs or pendants, to be prong set. Soutache, I mean, the whole idea of soutache is that the real design is built up from the use of the cabochon in the centre. And actually, the channel manager went away for a little weekend break. She went to Florence. I have to say, it looks like a beautiful historical town from the images that she put on Facebook. But she was telling us that a lot of these sort of boutique jewellery shops in Italy, in Florence where she was, actually had a lot of soutache designs as very high-end feature style designs. So you can see the way jewellery making disciplines are starting to make their way into the mainstream, if you like. So cabochons, very popular. And here you have got a 25 by 18 mil green aventurine cabochon, giving you a carat weight of 15 carats. Now I'm just going to move on because you've got the feature rounds here, 14 mil plain rounds, perfect to be the feature of any design. And then we have the perfect accent gemstone, the 4 mil faceted rounds of green aventurine. And then we've got the graduated strand. So this is pretty much everything we've been asked to put together, because we get a lot of requests both directly to us and via our Facebook site, requesting the same gemstone but in a variety of cuts and sizes. And so here we've got the 14 mil feature rounds, we've got the faceted 4 mil rounds, we've got the graduated strand which range from 6 mil to 40 mil, and we've even thrown in the cabochon. This is your Pastel Perfection bundle this evening, and we have a very special star buy price point of $11.95 for all 3 strands and the cabochon. This would normally cost you closer to £20, but this evening it's just $11.95. That works out at less than £3 per item. I mean, would you actually get hold of this strand of graduated aventurine for less than £3 elsewhere? I mean, to be honest, the design's actually done for you here. You could literally restrand this, add a beautiful sterling silver clasp. That in itself is a £15 necklace, isn't it? Because you're offering your customers 190 carats of green aventurine. Traditional rounds there. I mean, you can see how well the gemstones do work just on their own here. I mean, I imagine people are going to use these combined with a more vibrant colour tone, just because that's the way I see pastel colour tones, but actually they work brilliantly together. I mean, you can see the way the whole design has been built around this cabochon. I love this technique. A little bit of wire work just to surround that cabochon with the 4 mil faceted rounds. Then you get a little play of light attract attention towards the centre of the design. And then the graduation's been used on the neckline to enhance the design further. Looks beautiful with gold metallic tones there. That may be gold plated sterling silver. This has been put together by a resident jewellery maker, Sue. And then we have got this almost a sort of traditional bracelet design. I mean, that's sort of Gucci-esque, isn't it, with the larger gemstones and the metal tones. That's absolutely gorgeous. And then, if you have a look here, just a little bit of detail, a little heart-shaped charm, just to give the piece a little bit of personality, a little bit of character. So you can just see there how perfect the aventurine works on its own, but if you combine this with more vibrant tones, you can see why it's the perfect accent. The pastel shades with the vibrant tones, perfect. This particular strand of fuchsia coloured shell is coming up as part of our 5-strand super saver, so we'll give you the opportunity to own that in around about 20 minutes time when we bring you our next star buy deal. We will have a star buy every 30 minutes here on the Late Show, and we're going to move on now. We're going to bring you some more impressive deals. I'm going to start with some cultured pearls. Now, we're a little bit concerned about pearls at the moment because they're really an ever-present for most jewellery makers. Lots of people base whole ranges around pearls, and of course bridal jewellery traditionally uses pearls. And of course Amelia's getting excited over here because she's starting to think about her wedding, aren't you, Amelia? Congratulations, by the way. We should all just say congratulations to Amelia. She recently got engaged to her partner.
Someone wants to be with me.
Someone, I bet more than one person want to be with you, Amelia.
Oh, thank you.
Come on. Come on. You met through the Genuine Gemstone Company, didn't you?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember. I remember when your eyes met across a crowded studio.
Yeah.
And now you're getting married. Are you excited?
Yes, very excited.
Are you going to wear pearls on the day, do you think, Amelia?
I might do.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for the full bridal theme.
You're going all out.
All out, completely.
Girly bride.
You only get it one day in
You
your
only
life.
get one day.
As long as everything goes
I know a few people have had 2 or 3 days, but anyway. That won't happen to you, Amelia. You're too in love. Now, one thing that you know that is interesting there is you're saying you're going to go all out for the bridal experience, Amelia. But of course, these days, brides are starting to lean away from the traditional white tones, aren't they? So you normally inject a little bit of colour, and that could be done via your accessories. So you could have these little champagne tones in your tiara, I'm thinking. Because they're Keshi pearls, they just work so perfectly in those more organic designs. I think the tiaras are perfect because they're almost like vine leaves, aren't they? Yeah. And of course, because you've got that champagne tone, so very celebratory colour tones, aren't they? The champagne hues, especially as you've got that classic golden hue as well. Now, the interesting thing about working with Keshi pearls is you've got the genuine organic mineral pearls that have those strong associations with, well, marriage and love, of course. In fact, do you know why pearls are associated with weddings, Amelia? You don't know? I'll tell you. Folklore and legend suggests that if you wear pearls, it will stop you from crying on the day as the bride. So it's like you're getting overly emotional.
I might wear kind of like 5 strands.
You might wear lots of pearls then, yeah.
All over me.
I can tell you, it doesn't work. My sister was wearing pearls and she was bawling her eyes out. But it's a nice romantic notion, isn't it? And that's why I think people do fall in love with genuine gemstones, because of the sort of legacy attached to them, the narrative that tends to be attached to gemstones themselves. The key thing with investing in genuine gemstones at the moment is that recently our buying team did go over to China, where we've been sourcing gemstones for close to 10 years, and we have been told by our long-standing suppliers that there are new sanctions being introduced within the industry, and we're expecting to see the prices of pearls increase across the entire industry, not just here at Jewellery Maker. So anytime you see the chance to own champagne coloured Keshi pearls for under £10, snap them up left, right and centre, okay? Especially if you've already got a P&P up and running today, because of course you can maximise on your one P&P by adding these to your order for just £9.95. We are now approaching limited availability. In fact, we've only got single figures of availability. So as I say, if you have got an order up and running, add these. No additional P&P charges and under £10 for genuine cultured pearls. And we've had another message come through from another regular buyer here at Jewellery Maker. It's come from Wendy, and it says, when my daughter was about 2 years old, we were out in the rain. There was some oil from a cart on the road. She said, look, Mummy, a dead rainbow. Oh, that's broke my heart. That's really nice. Oh. Now, if you want to get involved with the show, then don't hesitate to text in. The number is 60777, and you just need to put the phrase JM Studio at the start of your text. There you go, that's all the info you need. Alternatively, you can click to buy now at jm.com or jewellerymaker.com. Why am I calling it JM? What's wrong with me? So you can go to jewellerymaker.com, and just click to buy now. But if you do place an item in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. I should just say that the text topic that we're focusing on tonight is funny things that your kids have said to you, based on my son telling me that metal conducts heat. He's only 3. I don't know where he got it from, but we're all taken aback. So yes, if you want to get involved with the text topic tonight, we welcome your interaction. And of course, we are aiming to add it to your order prices for everybody out there. And if you've just tuned in and you didn't see the morning show and you think, what is he wearing? We're having a beach party theme this evening, and this is the closest thing I had to beach party wear, including my surfer style necklace that I made this morning. So good, Laura Binding didn't even believe I'd made it. Says it all. I'm a pro. Right, we're moving on. And we're bringing you some of our citrine chain. Now this is a metre length of gold-plated sterling silver chain. And I have to say that the gemstones that have been faceted and set into these hand-wrapped loops of chain are much larger than I'm used to seeing on these chains. They're 3x2mm faceted rounds. I think normally they're 2x1mm. Could be wrong, but they're just the largest ones I've seen. And again, it's more of those sort of champagne hues actually, isn't it? Because they've got that almost lemon-like tone, but when the light passes through them, you get that beautiful golden opulence. And so it's almost like having a champagne hue from your gemstones here. 25 carats of citrine in total. And once again, you actually have the opportunity to not only work with some very sort of summery, sunshine-like colour tones, but also this is November's birthstone, so you also get the opportunity to add another birthstone to your collection as well. I actually think that the real benefit of working with this chain is it's hugely time saving, because to create all of these hand wrapped loops and to get hold of this amount of citrine was very time consuming, and of course that ends up increasing the price point that you have to achieve on your design. But also a little feature within your extender chains, for example. Because as well then, you can justify your price point. You've got gold-plated sterling silver chain. You've got gemstones of quite a significant size set in to just your extender chain alone. So all of a sudden, when your customers are trying to justify spending the money to themselves, you can, help them along the way by saying, of course you've got gold-plated sterling silver, you've got faceted citrine there. So it helps you to justify the price point you want to achieve without having to invest lots of time in creating the gemstone chain yourself. $17.95 for a metre length of rose gold plated sterling silver chain with, I think I counted last week these citrine, I think there might have been, I think I was right, I'm right in saying there was about 104 gemstones on the one I counted. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this to one side, I'm going to count in the break, and I'll tell you and announce how many gemstones are on the chain at 7 p.m. Congratulations to everybody who got hold of that particular item. I'm now going to bring you the chrome dioxide chain. Now this is a ½ metre length. Obviously we're looking at a much rarer gemstone, but you can see exactly what I was saying about the sizes because these are more delicate cuts. You can see that actually, do you know what? I'd use these together. Summer vibe, lemon and lime. You like that, Amelia?
I do actually. Oh, nice lemon and lime.
Oh yeah. Am I making you thirsty again? Lemon and lime tones. So you can see the significance of the size of the citrine. Actually, the chrome dioxide aren't too much smaller. They range from 2x1 to 3x1. So very, very little variation actually. And when you think about the opportunity to own a gemstone as rare as chrome dioxide, we already know that it's going to justify the price points you want to achieve because it's so sought after within the industry. We get very low yields of this gemstone because we can only mine for it 2 to 3 months of the year because it forms in such sub-zero temperatures, generally found in Siberia. And the issue with that is that it makes it commercially unfeasible for a lot of the miners to dedicate their time to getting hold of chrome dioxide. So year on year, we are actually getting lower and lower yields of chrome dioxide. Chrome dioxide is a gemstone that's hugely popular, not just with jewellery makers or gemstone enthusiasts, but with jewellers themselves. And recently we had a customer who used this within the design and had a valuation given to her, an independent valuation by an independent jewellery store of over £200. One of the reasons that it received such a high valuation was that the jeweller himself said he never had the opportunity to sell chrome dioxide in his store. So that just goes to show you that here at Jewellery Maker we're offering you opportunities that people who've been in the industry for, you know, decades have never had the chance to sell this gemstone, and it's $16.95. $16.95, totally ridiculous. In fact, it's a gemstone that I think collectors are drawn to. There's a key indication of that because, of course, the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, he owns beautiful varieties of chrome dioxide. I've seen them within his personal collection. I've been working in the industry for a long time, and I have to tell you, this is one of those gemstones that excites me because I know that story, because I know its rarity. And the other thing about gemstones is we often talk about the rarity of a gemstone. And we're talking about, say, the rarity of emerald, yet we've been able to get hold of it for 4,000 years. We've always got sources because there's so many commercial mines. The chrome dioxide, we get lower deposits year on year, and that we can see that, we're experiencing that ourselves. And so there's a key indicator. The other thing is, as you start to see people developing a passion for gemstones, they're drawn to those particular examples like chrome dioxide. In fact, my producer, Mr. Liam Nevitt, was investing in a jewellery design today. You've bought this from our sister channel.
All I've got to say is, if any of my family are watching, turn over. Turn over.
Oh yes, okay. So anybody who's related to Liam, turn off now.
Turn over. You'll see it at the weekend. Right, Grant, if they're gone, they're gone, they're gone.
That's it, they're gone.
Right, there you go.
The Nevitt family, actually. Whoa.
I'll leave that with you. There you go.
Actually, this is a good design idea as well.
It's really nice.
Beautiful.
I'll take care of you for now.
Oh my word, I'll tell you what. Okay, so can any of members of my family turn off now? Because otherwise they're going to be disappointed come their birthdays. Have a look at this. Look at this, what Liam's bought for a member of his family. How much? Oh, okay. Wow, that's a price and a half. So we're not actually selling this design, but it is a very inspirational look because, funnily enough, the design I was talking about that was valued at over £200 by a viewer was chrome dioxide white pearl, chrome dioxide white pearl. So it's a classic combination by the looks of things, used by our designers on Gems TV. And if you were to buy this from our website, Gemporia, or our live channel, well, it could be different on our live channel because of course the prices crash, but the RRP is £149. So that gives you an idea of the kind of price points you can achieve with your chrome dioxide jewellery as well. I mean, that is particularly beautiful. And you'll also notice, producer Liam, the popularity of floral motifs. That's gorgeous. What a great find, and I'm sure the recipient's going to be very, very happy. But it also puts into perspective what we're doing here, because have a look at this, the difference. £149 for this piece of jewellery. Of course, we've brought you pearls at under £10. You can get a ½ metre length of chrome dioxide set into sterling silver for £16.95 this evening. And of course, whenever I talk about the quality of the gemstones we bring here, I often refer to them as jewellery quality gemstones, based on the fact that I could see them being set into sterling silver. Well, not only has our chrome dioxide here been set into sterling silver, but you can see it's the exact same colour saturation, and it's been faceted by the exact same lapidaries that worked on this bracelet themselves. And you can see very, very similar colour saturation here. This particular item, £149, and that's obviously from the jeweller that's offering the best value on the market, Gems TV. Right now, we can bring you chrome dioxide set into sterling silver chain for just £16.95. Lots of very experienced jewellery makers coming through at JewelleryMaker.com, adding this to their basket. Please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Wow, that's all I can say here. And whenever I speak to our expert designers, they tell me the reason the chain's so popular is the amount of time it saves you. Those hand-wrapped loops can take a long, long time. We're going to move on though, because we've got so much to get through. We're going to give you another opportunity to own chrome dioxide now. Undeniable colour tone. Have a look at it. Now, the reason this gemstone's actually called chrome dioxide is that it's chromium. That's the element that provides it with this rich, vibrant green tone. It's almost difficult to place, really, isn't it? Because it's not a lime green, it's not a grass green. To be honest, it's chrome dioxide green. You're hard pushed to find it elsewhere in nature, aren't you? Absolutely phenomenal. The beauty of working with the more organic cuts, of course, is that not only are people aware that this is a genuine gemstone, but also adds a little bit of character, a little bit of texture, an extra dimension to your designs, if you like. And often when people are investing in handmade jewellery designs, not only do they want to know that it is the real McCoy, but they want to embrace that link with Mother Nature. They tend to have more of an understanding that gemstones are natural occurring items, and they're not just luxury items, they also want that connection. In fact, earlier today I was talking to people on Facebook about why people love amber so much, and so many people telling me that it's to do with crystal healing properties, the fact that it's such a natural mineral. And so I think people do tend to lean towards gemstones that have an organic feel. And when you're working with the organic nuggets, that's exactly what you've got. Now, these are quite delicate. They range in size from 2x1 to 8x4 mil. But of course, it's those variations that give you that extra dynamism within your designs. A 78 centimetre strand here, so you're getting a lot of gemstones, a lot of bang for your buck, if you like. And at just $12.95 for 90 carats, totally ridiculous. Absolutely, totally ridiculous. We're moving on. We've got so much to fit in. We're going to bring you another one of our chains. This time, more of our garnets. We had a look at some garnet earlier. If you got hold of those top drilled faceted drops, have I got the extender chain for you? Beautiful saturation of colour, very consistent across the entire strand. Beautiful cherry reds coming from your faceted garnets, and I suppose this is the colour tone people are looking for when they're investing in garnet. But I have to say, and again, I know that this is an unpopular ideal, with lots of people, but also there are a lot of jewellery makers out there who are very organised. Christmas? Don't groan in that way, Amelia.
I want barbecues and hot
Yeah, while we're enjoying the barbecues and we're, you know, chilling out in the sun, at the back of our mind we're planning for the end of the year. Holidays are coming, holidays are coming. No, it is the perfect combination. Actually, do you know what? Any time of year, how gorgeous do these bold cherry reds work with the vibrancy of the green tones? Perfect. Okay, right. I'm going to share this with everybody because my producer me is saying, seriously, we've got to get the price on. They're flying out the door. We've only got single figures. What's the price point on this chain? Why is it selling so quickly? $12.95. Wow. You've got that huge carat weight of garnet, faceted, all set into sterling silver. I mean, this really allows you to justify the price points on your jewellery designs, doesn't it? With maybe just 1.5 inches used on an extender chain, perhaps. Ooh, sorry, director, did I change the depth of field there?
Yeah.
$12.95. You can understand why we only have a handful remaining stock. I think it's only been on the show once prior to today, twice, prior to today. You can understand why it's so limited in availability at just $12.95. We've got lots of people placing this in their baskets at JewelleryMaker.com. My advice, check out to avoid disappointment. We've got 6 remaining in stock. Actually, we're going to take that off screen because we've got a bit of oh, it's actually a sellout. I was going to say we've got a queue on the phone lines. It's sold out already. We're going to move on. Oh, and it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another star buy, and in keeping with our beach party theme this evening, we're going to give you some of the tropical tones that might just suit the vibrant looks that you want to create over the summer months, or of course maybe come Friday you've got some little people that you want to keep busy for 6 weeks or so. I'm certainly in that boat. And if you do want to keep your kids active over the summer months, but also, you know, inspired in a creative sense, then jewellery making could be the perfect hobby for them to get involved with. These are perfect, I think. This could just be you know, if somebody's just had a good report, which my daughter did, she got a very good report from school. And I see, actually, most people I know putting on Facebook how well their children have done this year. But I will say, sometimes over the 6-month holiday, a lot of the information and learning that they've done over the last 9 months tends to completely fall out of their brain, and you've got to start all over again in September. So if you keep their mind active, you keep them maybe, you know, just ticking over with something, and it can be something creative. I think creative outlet can be as useful as an academic outlet. And so it might just keep their mind active, do you know what I mean? And I think this is the perfect bundle to get your youngsters started in jewellery making. For a start, you've got these multicoloured crackle quartz. They're 6mm rounds, they're plain rounds, so very easy to introduce people to jewellery making. And you've got your baby pinks, you've got your turquoise tones, your peridot greens, your tangerine colours, your daffodil yellows. Basically every colour of the rainbow in your 6mm plain rounds with that crackled effect that might just feed in to the designs you want to put together. On top of that, we've got the pastel tones that we discussed earlier, this time from the rice-shaped beads in your green aventurine, 50 carats, they're 8x5mm in size. Then, how about this, if you really want to blow your children's minds? A gemstone that offers you an optical property in the form of moonstone. Have a look at this, the adulorescence. And you see those little colour flashes inside the gemstone? Electric blues and lime greens. I've even got a bit of purple coming through on this one. Hopefully I can show you that. Quite delicate, quite difficult to present to you here in the studio, but once you get these home, you're not going to be disappointed. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow, so these 5 strands should normally be $18.25. They're not going to be that price point tonight, and regular viewers will already be aware that any time we create a wholesale bundle for you, we can give you even better value than we normally would. We've also got, look at these gorgeous minerals. Pink shell squares, these are 18mm in size, very significant look, but of course perfect for the summer designs, and it's a natural mineral, so it does tend to be popular with people for holiday jewellery. How about this for holiday jewellery? Swimming pool blues or tropical lagoon blues in your heart shapes, but they're hollowed in the centre, so you can actually set a gemstone in there as a little feature. How gorgeous is that? I can imagine lots of youngsters enjoying making those designs. Now, it might be that this is going to be a little treat for somebody who's received a good report, or it might be your opportunity to increase your gemstone selection so that you've got more creative opportunities as a jewellery maker. $9.95. That works out at £1.99 per strand. None of these strands are available on our website for £1.99. So it represents absolutely the best value we can bring you, not just on the market, but here at Jewellery Maker. Because as I say, we've just got to the point now where the only people worth competing with are our own websites. None of these strands would be available at this price point if you were to buy them any other time. In fact, it should be $18.25. But right now, you can add 5 strands of gemstones to your order for just $9.95. That is a genuine wholesale deal. That is your opportunity to maximise not only on the value we offer you here at Jewellery Maker, but also your 1p and p per day. Now, the beauty of putting together a 5-strand super saver is that it allows us to improve the value we can give you, because the more items that we include, the greater the value we bring you, and therefore the more of a benefit to you as a jewellery maker, because these reductions allow you to increase your profit margins. Della, you've been getting involved. You've texted the show. It says, I've set gemstones into the middle of these hearts and they were the first thing to sell on my stall. They look great. There you go. So that's a little bit of an appraisal from Stella there, based on the fact that we've hollowed out the centre of the heart-shaped shell, so it gives you more creative options. That's what we're looking for as jewellery makers, isn't it? The chance to create bespoke and unique designs based on maybe the variation of the gemstone or the mineral, and of course the cut. Now here, hollowed out the centre of the shell, and therefore, as I say, you can set a gemstone in there, something that Della has actually tried, and she says biggest seller on her stall. So that gives you a good indication that that is a very popular look within bespoke jewellery design. $9.95, we're going to leave that one with you, and coming up in, well, I suppose just 20 minutes time, a premiere launch. So sometimes we're going to bring you a wholesale bundle, other times we're going to bring you a premiere launch. Now, we launched a strand of Appetite on Sunday night and it proved to be very, very popular, and actually regular Tech Up Sam set these top drilled Appetites into a tiara design, didn't she? So maybe that's something that you looked at and you'd like to partake in. This strand of Appetite is coming up in 20 minutes time as a premiere launch, 95 carats, and these are top drilled drops, and we know that cut's so popular with jewellery makers because it gives you so many design opportunities. Coming up in 20 minutes, but before that we've got more incredible add it to your order opportunities. And where are we kicking off? I knew you were going to say that. I really did. I looked down and it was just the one that spoke to me as well, so I can understand why you picked it, producer Liam. Just to be clear, in case you just tuned in and think, not only is this guy dressed very strangely, but he's talking to himself. My producer's over there and he calls all the shots. He tells me which products and what prices that we're going to give you. And so I was just getting an insight into what we're going to bring you next. Over 100 carats of amethyst. And these have been classified as faceted hearts, but they're not. They are top drilled drops. I think when we think of a heart, we'd be looking for more of a defined indentation. These are sizable piece of amethyst, however, aren't they? I mean, each and every one large enough to be the focal point of a design and be used as a pendant. But actually, these offer you so many creative opportunities. I mean, they could be used as perhaps the petals of an amethyst flower. How gorgeous would that look? The wings of a dragonfly or a butterfly, perhaps? I personally would use these in a design where there was a little bit of movement. Because they've been faceted so beautifully, you want to take advantage of that little bit of sparkle you've got there. Hopefully I'll be able to show you that. So as I say, hand it over to one of our very experienced lapidarists and you can see that they've taken the responsibility of enhancing Mother Nature's hard work very seriously in the way this has been faceted. Huge examples. They range in size from 13 to 18 mil, but these are top drilled drops rather than heart shapes, just to be clear. And you've got that gorgeous and I suppose synonymous purple tone that you'd attribute to amethyst traditionally. Comes from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite quality gemstones, and I think that that's evident in the colour saturation, the carat weight, the clarity and the facety. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, this gemstone alone as a pendant is going to make you money back, because when people see the significance of that gemstone, immediately they're going to recognise it as amethyst because it's one of the most well-known gemstones on the market. And when they see the way it's been faceted, they're going to think, hold on a second, not only has this person managed to source genuine gemstones, but these are jewellery quality gemstones and they only want £15–20 for their necklace design. It's going to fly off your craft store and help you to create hugely profitable jewellery. We'll leave that on with you. We're going to move on. And we're now going to bring you the perfect accent. I mean, if you are going to use amethyst in design, why not go all out? Have a look at this. Faceted ovals. These would be perfect for maybe the matching earrings or perhaps the accent gemstones for your necklace design. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? Even greater saturation of colour possibly in the ovals. Whoa! £7.95 and add it to your order price. Can I just show you how many gemstones you get here? This is a 35 centimetre strand. The ovals themselves range in size from 7x4 to 10x8, so you get a lot of gemstones here. Look at that, intense regal purple tones, kind of colour tones you would traditionally associate with this gemstone. And right now you can add it to it for £7.95. I mean, that for me is an add it to your order price. That's actually long enough to become a necklace design, isn't it? 35 centimetre length of gemstones. I probably wouldn't pile them all into one design, actually. Actually, do you know what would look really beautiful? Sorry, I'm going to have to put this down now. A trilliant ring design. And that's all you'd need. And I do think that trilliant rings, easy for me to say, look absolutely fantastic with the oval cuts. Particularly faceted varieties, because of course when you're wearing a ring, when people gesticulate, tend to move around, and then you get the benefit of all that sparkle. Don't you think that looks fantastic? It's the kind of design you'd expect to see, well, maybe on the high street or maybe for some very high-end jewellery designers. £7.95. I mean, if you use 3 of those to create a trilliant ring, a wirework ring, that's a £10 to £20 piece of jewellery right there. You can make your money back off 3 gemstones. You've got a huge number of gemstones on this strand. £7.95 for this gorgeous sample of amethyst. Incredible. Beautiful. Now, That is a very well-known gemstone, and lots of people love amethyst. The other natural mineral which is very, very popular across the entire industry, so it doesn't matter whether it's a bespoke jeweller, a high street jeweller, a high-end jeweller, everybody loves amber. And just have a look at these cabochons we have coming up for you at 8 p.m. So only about an hour to go, really, before we launch our Amber Cabochons tonight. Have a look at this. I mean, can you imagine an amber soutache design? Or wirework ring. Gorgeous. Lots of people actually already own amber rings, don't they? So maybe you could have the matching pendant, for example. Wirework pendant. I love that idea. So we've got a range of shapes, but you only receive one of the shapes. That's correct, isn't it? So we've got cushion cuts, we've got marquise cuts, we've got traditional rounds. Here you go, you can see everything we've got. And we've also got your heart-shaped cabochons. I know those are going to sort of bring us a lot of heat, as it were. Beautiful Baltic amber in the cabochon shapes. Coming up in around about an hour's time. We do have a healthy stock level, but I will say they had an even higher stock level on the morning show, and it's already sold out. So if you want to get hold of those, you need to dial the second the code hits the screen. I really don't want anybody to miss out tonight, and we should have a large enough stock level for everybody to get hold of some, but don't risk it. Get involved the second the graphics hit the screen. We're now going to give you the opportunity to own a very versatile gemstone in the form of pyrite. These are faceted nuggets, so they've got almost irregularities to the way they look, but actually this is the way in which the gemstone forms. And you can see the way it looks actually, because I've got a sample of the rough right here, and you can see these basically mirror the way the crystal forms itself. There you go. Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? Now, the way the pyrite forms, it's actually a sort of traditional six-sided isometric crystal formation, just like you'd see with a diamond, and as a result you get a single refractive index, so basically they're really, really sparkly. And the benefit of that particular gemstone to you as a jewellery maker is that, I suppose, it allows you to incorporate those traditional metallic tones in the form of the golden colours into your designs without having to invest in precious metals, which are not only very, very expensive, but also becoming rarer and rarer and much more difficult to get hold of. So this allows you to incorporate those golden metallic tones into your designs without having to invest in 9-carat gold potentially. But of course, lots and lots of people are also very in tune with the natural gemstones that are used, and so when you've got these organic cuts and you can see the way the crystal pyrite has formed, I think it's going to feed into your design and give your designs a little bit of extra character and attract attention towards them. I mean, you can see there that beautiful reflective quality that you get from the pyrite. Really what you'd normally associate with precious metals, I suppose. Now, the rough nuggets themselves range in size from 8x5 to 13x8mm in size, so, you know, not too much variation. They'd work beautifully together in the design. And this evening, we're going to offer you an exclusive price reduction. $6.95. Unbelievable. $6.95 is the price point we can offer you tonight. Sorry, that's not a reduction. That's just as low as it could go. I just assumed it was a reduction because it's so low. My apologies Sorry, I thought we'd already taken it down because I saw £6.95. Just assumed that over 100 carats of pyrite would be a higher price point. That, please let me take that back. I didn't mean to say that. My apologies. It's just my assumption because it is so low. It's an add it to your order price, really, isn't it? Over 100 carats in total. Gold and pyrite for just £6.95. That's a no-brainer. That's going to sell out, I reckon. Whoa. Okay, hold on. If you are going to invest in the next product, can we do 16 next? Because I'll tell you what, if you want to get a commission off Cheryl Cole, these are the strands to use. I'm acting knowledgeable, but I actually learnt about colour blocking from Mark Smith. Do you like Cheryl Cole, Amelia? You don't like her? No, you're not a big fan? I'm a massive fan. Don't like her music or anything that she says. She's aesthetically pleasing. She used the orange and the purple as a traditional colour blocking. That's what brought it to prominence. I'm just thinking, if you did create a design using that, of course, it's so well publicised. I'm just thinking that you could actually almost sell them off the back of that reasoning. Do you know what I mean? So if you are matching the tangerines and the regal purples together, then people are going to be aware of that combination of colours because it's on trend thanks to the fashions of Cheryl Cole. So that's the only reason I reference it, and because I think Mark Smith is a big fan of Cheryl Cole, but for different reasons to me. He put together the design of these two colour tones together, and he used this gorgeous strand of carnelian, the top drilled drops. Now they're faceted to perfection. I mean, we're focusing on that reason only because we've got those purples, but actually this gemstone is gorgeous in its own right, isn't it? Because you've got those beautiful tangerine tones, which, to be honest, I think are probably more well received during the summer months, although I believe orange gemstones are perfect all year round. And it's because they give you lots of design scope. I think that's what we're looking for as far as jewellery makers go. Everybody's going to have their own association with gemstones. Everybody's going to have their own relationship, even with carnelian. So some people might like to match this up with golden tiger's eye and create quite earthy designs. Other people might want to match this up with maybe the adventuring colours, the pastel greens, and it's going to work perfectly then, isn't it? It's going to be like walking through an orange orchard in Seville or something like that when you look at those orange tones. But actually, during the summer months, these tangerine tones do really come to prominence, don't they? 80 carats in total, and when we first launched the channel, we were able to bring you carnelian, but it was more of the multi-tonal varieties. So lower grade carnelian, effectively. This is top grade carnelian. Beautiful and consistent saturation of that tangerine colour. You do get slight variation, so you've got more of the intense oranges and tangerines here, whereas you've got more of the golden hues coming through from this gemstone. But you've got a consistency of that colour tone throughout each and every gemstone. Faceted to perfection and perfect for those matching sets with the pendants and the droplet style earrings. $8.95 is a price point we shouldn't be going anywhere near for a Gems of Distinction strand, and that means that this carnelian comes from our elite range of gemstones. It's the top quality carnelian we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker, and we've taken it down to $8.95. Now if you do want to play on those contemporary trends and you want to rely on that traditional colour blocking, and I think, you know, the fashion magazines have made that particular combination of the regal purples and the tangerine tones very popular through Cheryl Cole's famous outfit. Here you go, we've got the plain rounds of your amethyst here, 140 carats in total. Very slight variation in the sizes ranging from 9 to 10 mil. $9.95 from the Gems of Distinction range. Once again, a price point we shouldn't be going anywhere near for February's birthstone. And of course, as a result of it being February's birthstone, it does have those strong connotations of romance through its associations with Valentine's Day, sometimes called Cupid's gemstone. Beautiful amethyst, and we've already discussed the importance of having amethyst on your craft stall if you are selling over the summer months, and I think this would be a particularly popular combination. Just to be clear, you only get the amethyst for $9.95, but that in itself is ridiculous value for 10 mil plain rounds, giving you 140 carats of beautiful amethyst. And if you do want to add the carnelian to your order, then the information is along the bottom of the screen. $9.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of amethyst rounds. Absolutely phenomenal. And we're now going to give you the chance to own what has been voted as our favourite gemstone here at Jewellery Maker over the last couple of years. And the reason I say that is that basically 2 years ago we did a very special award ceremony. I think it was on, is it on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day?
New Year's Day, yeah.
Whenever Vicky comes down, basically. And so she's in control of this. And so she put together an award ceremony 2 years ago, asked you what your favourite gemstone to work with was, and labradorite was the resounding winner. And then she repeated this last year and did another award ceremony, and labradorite retained its title as your favourite gemstone. Now, I wondered why this was the case, because of course labradorite, it's not a traditional gemstone. It's not well used on the high street, for example, so people aren't aware of it. So I put it to my friends on Facebook, and by the way, if you do want to get involved with the show, you want to ask me any questions, or you want to see what's going on within the building, then you can just go to my Facebook page. It's Ed Presenter. Give me a like and you'll get all the heads up. But I asked everybody on there, why is labradorite your favourite gemstone? The majority of people telling me because it sells. So rather than being your favourite gemstone to work with, I think that we should rename the category this year, your most profitable gemstone. I think labradorite will still win. And the reason that people buy labradorite designs is because it captures their imagination. The second they lay eyes on labradorite and they see the optical effect known as labradorescence, they fall in love with the gemstone. And this is a particularly high quality strand. You can see there the significance of the labradorescence. Just have a look at that. You've got golden tones there, you've got electric blues. Here, you've got a bit of a... Oh, look at that. You know, you were talking about sunset tones earlier, Director Ryan. How about that? That is literally that sort of glow that you get in the sky just as the sun sets on a summer's day, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. But then you do get the tropical tones. In fact, this is such high quality, this particular strand, that you've got rainbows of labradorescence on some of these gemstones. Traditional marquise cuts as well. I mean, they're such significant sizes. I wouldn't pile all of these into one design. I'd use them as independent pendants. Independent pendants. That sounds strange in my brain, sorry. 150 carats in total. Do you know what this particular strand looks like? It looks like, you know, when you are in a tropical location. Sorry to keep going on about holidays, but we are having a beach party after all. When you are in a sort of, you know, tropical location and maybe you're just carrying your flip-flops, walking through the sea, and you see the little shimmer of a fish in the water when the light hits the scales on a fish. That's the kind of effect you get from your labrador. Whoa, that is a hugely impressive price point for 150 carats of labradorite, particularly when you look at the quality. Particularly when you look at the quality of this particular strand. I mean, do you know what? Just looking at the drill holes, I reckon you would get the S-long cord through those. So you don't even need to put a lot of work into the design. Have to be honest. In fact, I'll tell you what. Oh, I can't. Can I cut this up? No. I really want to emulate this design because all I need is a bit of cord, one labradorite.
I'd say yeah.
Perfect, isn't it? So you need one gemstone to make a very sellable design, and actually that's the kind of surfer style jewellery that is very justifiable at £15, isn't it? It's a perfect gift for maybe, you know, a teenage lad over the summer months, something a little bit different. Are you bringing me jewellery making equipment? I'll do it in the break. I'm going to use that one. I've got to leave that there because it is now time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another Star Buy, and on this occasion it's a premiere launch of a brand new gemstone strand in the form of sky blue apatite. Oh, Bertha hasn't texted in, has she? I was hoping that Bertha in Colorado would back me up based on my research. So I've been looking into current fashion trends, you see, and I see that a lot of American designers are starting to rely heavily on apatite. It's almost like the new amethyst, if you like. And so, you know, I always think that America makes things famous, doesn't it? So whenever you do get the opportunity to see what American designers are doing, you tend to find that becomes a fashion trend in the UK about 6 months later or so. I think apatite's the next big thing. It's just a theory, only based on the fact that I've seen a lot of sort of contemporary American jewellery designers using a lot of apatite. And these are beautiful, aren't they? Polished pear shapes. Top drill drops again, but you do get a decent clearance from the drill hole, if you like, so you can see. Although we did get a top tip from Deb last night who was saying as long as you don't twist your wire too tightly around the gemstone, that it shouldn't crack around the drill hole anyway. But, you know, just to put your mind at rest, you do get a little bit of clearance there, even on the smaller cuts, so you should be pretty safe with those. We saw over the weekend a gorgeous design from Sam, who'd created a tiara style design using these as the focal point, and they work perfectly. People flying in on Sunday night to add apatite to their collection. And tonight, because this is another premiere launch on apatite, we're going to give you an exclusive price point. The thing I love about this particular strand is the very subtle variation of colour tones. So you have got your sky blues, but you've also got your sort of lagoon greens and your swimming pool blues, those more tropical tones that will make them so perfect for the summer months. 95 carats in total. And as I say, tonight we are going to give you a very, very special launch price. Now, in 60 minutes time, if you want to get hold of this Gems of Distinction strand of apatite, it will cost you $21.95. Easily the most incredible value for this kind of carat weight. But tonight, for the next 60 minutes, we can offer you an exclusive premiere launch price. We're going to take it down, but this is easily your best opportunity. We've only been able to commission a limited number of this particular strand, mainly because the apatite is of such high quality. I mean, it's not neon apatite, but it's about as near to it as you could hope to get. And right now, for the next 60 minutes, add this to your order for the exclusive price point of $17.95. And if you do sort of dilly-dally, if you like, and you're caught in two minds, and in 61 minutes you make your final decision, then it's going to set you back $21.95. This offers you the best possible chance to get hold of this particular strand. And if you did get hold of our apatite and quartz bundle from earlier in the show, this would be the perfect accompaniment, wouldn't it? I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about here. Oh yeah, I love that, because you would, I would imagine, use your top drill drops as the features of the design, maybe a pendant, or because of the way they hang, they would sort of cascade down the neckline, down the décolletage as it were, whereas the wheels almost sort of interlock, and with this beautiful white tone that breaks it up gorgeously, doesn't it, to give you that nautical effect. So if you did get hold of that bundle, this to me is a must-have. But actually we have got another premiere coming up later this evening in the form of Yellow Opal, and I have to tell you, together, well, you've got the sun and the sea. I mean, look at that. That is a beach party in gemstone form, isn't it? So that's the Yellow Opal coming up, and around about 8:45 is our superstar buy. That would make a fantastic combination. Right now, your best opportunity to add this strand of apatite to your order, but you have to act in the next 60 minutes. A premiere launch of $17.95. It's described as sky blue apatite, and you do get the sky blue tones, but you've also got lagoon greens and tropical blues as well. I am just going to say, we're going to leave that one there. We're going to go to a quick break, but coming up in less than 1 hour's time, the launch of Amber Cabochons. Just have a look at these. Absolutely out of this world. Now, we did launch some of these earlier this morning, but they were a sellout. They're all gone. Maybe you got hold of that deal. You can, in fact, double up. You can still order some of the amber from the Late Show as well. That not only allows you to maximise on your 1 P&P, but also, of course, you've got a little bit more amber heading your way. Maybe you missed out on the opportunity this morning. Make sure you're back here at 8 p.m. to add amber to your order. In fact, don't come back. Don't move a muscle. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to bring you more incredible deals, allowing you to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. So as I say, don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time.
Jewellery Makers, if you're a Freeview viewer, you can now continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
If you're new to Jewellery Maker, simply contact our call centre and we'll send you a tutorial DVD and Get Started booklet, all free of charge. Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, themed shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type, Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to our beach party here on the Jewellery Maker Late Show. We're having a little bit of fun tonight, but one thing we are taking seriously is the gemstone opportunities, and I think that people are getting a little bit excited, aren't they? Text in if you're excited about the Amber Cabochons. You know the number, 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio and let me know just how excited you are about getting hold of Amber Cabochons. The opportunity to own these is coming up in about 45 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. You can see there, well, natural, beautiful Baltic Amber in these gorgeous cabochon shapes. And that opportunity is coming up for you as a premiere launch at 8 p.m. Now, we did bring you some opportunities to own Amber this morning. Unfortunately, those are sold out. So this is your second bite of the cherry. We do have a healthy quantity, although I expect them to be a sellout item. We launched Amber around about 4 to 6 weeks ago, would you say, on the strands? And the strands were much smaller cut, and they were $19.95 or $14.95 maybe. These are going to be launched at under £10 per cabochon. You get a much larger size on each individual cabochon, so I just think they're going to fly out the door. And in fact, the cabochons we have tonight are going to offer you even better value than the ones you saw this morning, so I think they're going to be a sellout deal. So the second the code hits the screen, start dialing the free phone number to get involved. Just a bit of advice. And coming up in about 15 minutes time, this combination, the silvers and the sort of buttercup yellows, if you like. Gorgeous combination. That's coming up in 15 minutes time. Another discount bundle for you. It's been put together by producer Liam. But right now we're going to kick off with a bit of a price avalanche. So each and every price point you see, the next one's going to be even lower. Have a look at this. These are very organic cuts. They're quite sort of irregular but highly polished. I would describe these as black onyx pebbles rather than nuggets, because that's just the imagery that I see when I look at these. You've got that gorgeous traditional luster that you'd normally associate with black onyx, but these aren't the kind of carat weights you normally associate with this gemstone. Over 300 carats in total, and the nuggets themselves range in size from 12 by 8 to 20 by 15. So these are a little bit strange. It depends which way you're going to use them in your designs, because you could either go top end and rely on that high polished finish that you've got, and of course the fact that you're working with black onyx, which is, you know, used by the likes of Cartier, Gucci, Chopard, even the high street jewelers, or, you know, that high street charm shop, they use a lot of onyx. Or you could go in the opposite direction and use the fact that each and every gemstone is totally unique through its irregularity in the shape and the way it's been polished, and actually use them to highlight the fact that you're creating unique and bespoke jewellery designs, one of a kind, if you like. So you've got lots of opportunities here as a jewellery maker, and of course you can add a Gems of Distinction quality strand of black onyx to your collection for just $11.95. I mean, over 300 carats of any gemstone shouldn't be going to that kind of price point, but black onyx, so well received on the high street as well as from the top end designers like Cartier or Gucci, for example. $11.95 for over 300 carats of polished onyx. I'm going to say pebbles. That's just the way I see them. You'll have your own interpretation, of course. Wow. Have a look at this. This is one of our deluxe bead selections. Now this has been put together. It was really because of customer requests. We had our traditional bead scoops that could have contained anything really. And basically we had a lot of requests from our regular viewers saying, could we have the same selection, the same kind of carat weight, but with high-end jewellery, high-end gemstones, so that that will be reflected in our jewellery. And of course, here you've got two of our most popular gemstones within your deluxe selection in the form of moonstone and labradorite. And it's because of the optical effects that you get with these gemstones. You can see there on the recording the labradorescence and the adulorescence coming through from your moonstone. So with the white moonstone, you're going to see that traditional sort of electric blue tone coming through from the adulorescence. You can see it right there at the foot, just at the front of the screen. The labradorescence, you're getting those greens and golds. Even on the peach moonstone and the grey moonstone, you're going to get that shimmer on the surface of the gemstone. So they're going to enhance the overall look of your designs and, you know, potentially offer you an extra dynamic to the feel of your jewellery. 250 carats, and on this occasion they've all been cut into these little uniformed cuboid shapes, little cube-shaped prisms, which will feed into your jewellery designs. I'll tell you what these would look brilliant on, your bead loom. Seeing the way that the rows of the cuboid shaped gemstones fit so perfectly together on the bead loom, that works perfect. If you've got hold of a bead loom, this is a must-have, I believe. Because of course, when you've got them all set together as well in that very uniform fashion that the bead loom will create, the adulorescence or the labradorescence will actually enhance the design, because it will move across the surface of the piece that you've created. $10.95 is the price point this evening for 250 carats of your moonstone and labradorite cubes. Okay, we're going to move on though, and we're now going to bring you one of the big four. Gorgeous variety of emerald here. I'm just looking at the centre gemstone. Can you see how significant in size that is? These range in size from 3x1 up to 5x3. Much larger rondelle there. All been faceted to perfection. What I really love about this strand is the variation in the colour tones. It's almost like you've got sort of Brazilian emerald colour tones, Colombian emerald colour tones, as well as sort of African emerald tones on there as well. Of course, emerald, one of the few gemstones actually prized for its inclusions. It's known as the jardin, the garden within the gemstone. And it really does offer you something special, doesn't it? So much character from each and every gemstone. And we've had a look recently, haven't we, at unfaceted varieties of some of the most revered varieties of emerald. $5,000 for a 9-carat piece of uncut rough of Colombian emerald. And if you think that I'm getting carried away, that is taken from an article on the front page of the Financial Times from a few months ago, so I think they're pretty reputable. Right now, because of the buying power we have, we can offer you one of the big four, gorgeous emerald, for $9.95. Absolutely out of this world. 25 carats of emerald for $9.95. I mean, it's just not the kind of price point that you would normally associate with one of the big four. I mean, even on our sister channel, Gems TV, and they offer you the best value in the market for gemstone jewellery, if they were to give you 25 carats of emerald, even if it was these faceted rondelles, and they do use these in their designs occasionally, I'm guessing that even with a sterling silver clasp, you could be expecting to pay $39.95, $29.95, and that's nowhere near what the sort of mainstream master jewelers will expect you to pay for an emerald piece of jewellery. You can expect to pay 3, maybe even 4-figure sums for emerald jewellery elsewhere. you can now offer your customers the same opportunities that they're going to see. Actually, you'd be hard pushed to find emerald on the high street, I suppose, but you know, the opportunities they have from top-end jewellery designers, but you can offer people much more affordable prices, especially when you're getting hold of 25 carats of emerald for $9.95. I almost feel like we're sort of becoming a little bit desensitized to the price points that we're able to achieve here at Jewellery Maker. You know, when you don't see a huge influx of people on the phone lines for 25 carats of emerald for under £10, you start to think, are people starting to lose all perspective of what we're doing here? This kind of carat weight of a gemstone that's been revered in this way, I suppose for about 4,000 years, for $9.95 is something totally ridiculous. Absolutely out of this world, especially when you consider the fact that, you know, I bet some people have invested higher sums in just rough cuts of emerald just to have in their collection. But these are faceted rondelles, so these are jewellery quality faceted emeralds available right now for under £10. We're going to move on though, and we're now going to bring you clear quartz here, but this time in a broader rice bead. So normally when we're looking at rice beads we think of the elongation. These are a little broader. $150 carats in total. Beautiful neutrality from the gemstone, so it'll work with any other gemstone, perfect for any design. But I know that clear quartz does tend to be very popular with jewellery makers working on bridal commissions. Under £10 this evening for 150 carats of clear quartz. 12 by 8 mil, these particular rice beads are. I always think of them as making perfect charms or pendants, but of course these can be used in a variety of different ways. I know that the rice beads are very, very popular with jewellery makers, especially at this kind of price point. $8.95 for 150 carats of clear quartz this evening. If you do want to add those to your order, then start dialing that free phone number now. Lots and lots of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. If you have placed those in your basket, please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. And I've just had a thought to myself. Maybe one of the reasons that we didn't have lots and lots of people on the phone lines for the emerald, which we were shocked about, is because everybody's saving up their pennies. Everybody knows that at 8 p.m. they're going to be on the phone lines ordering one of my Amber Cabochons. These are coming up. About half an hour to go now before we bring you the Amber Cabochons. We're going to move on. And we're going to bring you another variety of quartz. This time still has those crackled inclusions that we've actually placed there so that we can add texture and personality to your designs, but this time apatite blues from your quartz. So those tropical blue tones that we've actually talked about a lot this evening. I mean, can you imagine this combined with your yellow opal for perhaps for the sun and the sea? Or how about this combined with your amber? Oh, I love that. I love that together. Sorry, guys. It's because it's a cabochon, it's difficult to sort of get it to sit appropriately on my hand. $7.95 for 130 carats of blue crackle quartz. $7.95 here for over 100 carats. And I suppose when I look at the crackled quartz, it's one of those items that identifies the fact that We do have a broader criteria against which we judge gemstones as jewellery makers. You know, master jewellers looking for beautiful clarity and, you know, the largest possible carat weight. But as jewellery makers, we're looking for something different, something that offers us a bit of personality that will enhance our jewellery designs, and the crackled quartz tends to do that. We're going to leave that one with you at $7.95. We're going to move on. Gold-coated pyrite. So we talked earlier this evening about the importance of pyrite for jewellery makers, because of course it allows you to incorporate those metallic tones into your designs without having to invest in precious metals like gold. And this is particularly gorgeous. I mean, I know that it's been coated, and so we've enhanced the natural pyrite, but I mean, it's just so perfect, isn't it? I mean, that could be used as an accent, it could be used as a spacer bead. 50 carats in total. And it's quite interesting actually, because it's almost as though the smaller cuts might have, you know, slightly toned down colours, but we've given it this coating and it's absolutely taken it probably beyond the levels of natural pyrite. Look at that, beautiful, so sparkly as well from those irregular facets on the rondelles themselves. That is gorgeous, isn't it? And pyrite, of course, again, another rock structure, another crystal structure which is identical to the likes of fluorite, garnet, and of course diamonds. And so you get that single refractive index, and that is why the gemstone is so sparkly. I mean, some people almost have mistaken pyrite for a metal in the past. Of course, it's known as fool's gold. People have thought of this as natural gold, but even in, you know, modern times, you can be forgiven for thinking that pyrite is actually a metal, but it is a genuine crystal structure. So congratulations to everybody adding pyrite to their order for just $6.95. Hugely impressive price point, especially for pyrite of that quality. And we'll leave that one there, and we're going to move on because it is now time to bring you yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion we have brought you a unique discount bundle. Really? Okay, very, very low stock levels on this particular bundle. It's going to be popular, not only because of the value that we bring you from our price point, but also because of the gemstones, the combination of colours, as well as the cut itself. So these are classic 10mm plain rounds. Very, very easy to work with. I think traditionally when people start jewellery making, they tend to rely on plain rounds, and obviously the larger rounds are easier to work with, especially if you've got maybe dexterity problems. Or actually, do you know what? We always talk about that, but I haven't got any dexterity problems, and the techniques themselves are just so fiddly that a larger round does make it easier. So even if you haven't got dexterity problems, if you're just a beginner to jewellery making, the larger plain rounds are a great way to, you know, just get your head around the techniques. And then as you get more experienced, as your confidence grows, you can start to try those on more intricate, smaller gemstones. That, you know, I think that's the way people tend to do it. And I have to say, if you are looking at these two strands and you're not convinced by the combination of colours, have a look at this jewellery design. It is out of this world. I love the fact that it almost feels uniformed, or actually, do you know what it does? It drags your attention into it because you're trying to work out what the pattern is. That's an intriguing design actually, because that's something you wouldn't necessarily think of. I suppose, you know, you've got a left side and a right side of your brain, haven't you? And traditionally, if you're trying to interpret the aesthetic beauty of something, you tend to rely on the more creative side of your brain, but this almost makes you start thinking in a very uniformed way. You start thinking, where's the pattern in that? And so, without even knowing it, your attention's been drawn into the design. So I love that. And a very appropriate name, because you've got modern sunshine here. So you've got the sort of almost futuristic metallic tones from your silver pearls here. And these are shell pearls. And you've also got the more traditional, I would describe these as sort of buttercup yellows. More sunshine yellows, I suppose, is appropriate. 10mm rounds again. I've got people multi-buying this, left, right and centre. Lots of people coming through on our website at JewelleryMaker.com. Is that because they can already see the price point? Let's get it on screen then, so we give everybody an equal opportunity to get involved. £6.95, we're now talking about £3.50 per strand here. Even for Jewellery Maker, that's above and beyond the Call of Duty, isn't it? We have taken this to a ridiculous low. Am I right in saying that? Yeah, of course. This is your yellow quartz in your 10mm round. So that's another benefit of working with your quartzes, of course. It's a little denser than other gemstones, so you can afford to be a little bit more experimental with your quartz and your shell pearl, I suppose, because it doesn't have quite as high a particular value, so it allows you to, you know, just be a little bit more robust in your approach to incorporating the shell pearl into your designs. That's the way I'm trying to describe it. And actually, I'm just looking at this design in a little bit more detail, and have a look at this. So for a start, you've got the 3 strands, and then that's fed in, this multi-strand design is fed into these use of this chain to complete it on the neckline. And actually that's a great bit of inspiration for us, because it shows you how well the silver metal tones work with the silver shell pearl. Fantastic. But then I suppose because you've got those sort of golden tones from your yellow, you could also use gold. It's going to work with both metal types as well. So it's a very eclectic and versatile selection of gemstones at a ridiculous price point. £6.95 for 2 strands of gemstones here, your yellow quartz and your silver shell pearl. I have to say, the shell pearl's become very popular for holiday style jewellery, hasn't it? But we don't see these traditional metallic tones in the shell pearl that often. So this is something quite unique, especially as we've matched it up with another very summery colour tone. The silver shell pearl and I would describe this as buttercup quartz, but it is yellow quartz, and it's available right now for £6.95. We only had a limited number of this particular bundle, and it is quickly flying out the door. So if you have placed it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Congratulations to Mona, to Nick, to Ange, who have all multi-bought this particular strand pack, and lots and lots of people suddenly realising what we've done and dialing that free phone number or clicking to buy now. Please make sure you check out. We have created a short queue on the free phone number. Zena, you've just come through and multi-bought this as well. I wonder if it's because you love the colour combination or the value's just too good to ignore. Probably both, actually. A little from column A, a little from column B. £6.95 is the price point this evening for your modern sunshine gemstone bundle, featuring 10mm rounds of your yellow quartz and 10mm rounds of your silver shell pearl. £6.95. Lots of people taking advantage of that. It looks to me like it could be a sellout, but you don't have to take my advice on that. Because you can take advantage of this, you can get it home, use your 30-day money-back guarantee, and then make an informed decision once you've seen these in the flesh. And as I say, yes, don't take my advice on the stock levels. Speak to a member of the help team, and they will be able to tell you whether or not you've been successful. But as I say, if you are waiting with the phone in your hand, wait there, because we will be with you very shortly. I should just say that in about 20 minutes time we are going to create a huge influx of calls to our help team because we're going to launch the Amber Cabochons. Have a look at this. The last time I launched a strand of amber here on Jewellery Maker, I believe the price point was $19.95. This is not going to be anywhere close to that price point. Just have a look at the amount of work that's gone into polishing those particular Amber Cabochons. You can see the selection of shapes that we have coming up for you. I don't think I can guarantee you any one particular shape. It will be a sort of a lucky dip approach, if you like. Do you know what I would do? Well, I would just buy 6, and then you that sounds silly, but the price point, you know you're going to make sales off the back of Amber Cabochons, of course. And if you buy 6, you're bound to get a shape that you enjoy working with. You've got marquees, heart shapes, rounds, cushion cuts. Unbelievable. We're going to move on. Ooh. Beautiful gemstone. And probably one of the rarest varieties of garnet available on the planet. Originally discovered in the late 60s by a man named Amber Bridges, and he actually went through a long and I suppose quite an awkward process because it's difficult to gain mining permits anytime, but in order to actually excavate huge regions within a national park, quite difficult to get the right to actually mine in these regions. Now, Amber Bridges was determined to be the man that discovered this particular grossular garnet. He was determined to have his name attributed to that discovery, but also because his beliefs were so strong that he would find worthy deposits of this gemstone in that region. He fought for years and years with the Kenyan government to allow him the chance to mine in that region. Eventually, he was allowed the chance and he up sticks, moved over to Kenya, to the Tsavo National Park. He actually built himself a tree house within the national park. That's where he lived. And we have been fortunate enough to, in the past, interview Amber Bridges before he passed away here at Gems TV. I've seen that interview. I wasn't present for it, but he was talking about the fact that he had to sort of beat snakes off his bed at night and the amazing wildlife that he'd come across while he was on this amazing journey of discovery, really. But the end product of that whole sort of I suppose journey that he put himself and his family through was that he was able in the end to discover this grossular garnet within the Tsavo National Park. The gemstone itself was named after that region, and when we first started mining for it there was around about 40 mines that were active in the 70s. Now there are only 4 commercial mines remaining, and it's thought the Tsavorite garnet is around about 1,000 times rarer than emeralds because there are so few active mines. Not only that, it's a one location gemstone. It's only found in the Tsavo National Park. When you do think about green gemstones, I suppose most people's first inclination is an emerald, but you'd be hard pushed to find an emerald that actually offered you this kind of vibrancy, would you? It's just such an intense colour. Suppose with emerald you either get the forest greens or you go to the other end of the spectrum and you get the pastel greens. But here you've got this, I suppose, is it a lime green? I suppose it's more like the outer skin of a lime, isn't it, rather than the fruit itself. And that's quite unique. It's almost the colour tone that an emerald aspires to be. This actually comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and because of its rarity, I'm sure that doesn't surprise any gemologists in the know. I mean, they're probably a little bit surprised at the price point of $21.95, right enough. If you're shocked by the price point of $21.95, look away now, as they would say on the sports results, because my producer is about to give you an exclusive price reduction. Should be $21.95 this evening. Add this very rare variety of garnet, possibly the rarest variety of garnet, to your order for just $17.95. Lots and lots of people getting involved now. And if you want to be one of the lucky few to own this strand of Tsavorite garnet, bearing in mind you get 50 carats here of your oval cuts, ranging in size from 6x4 to 10x8, for just $17.95, there's no way 50 carats of Tsavorite garnet should be going under £20. To be quite honest with you, there's no way 50 carats of Tsavorite garnet should be $21.95. That's just the kind of value we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker. But any time we offer you these unique price reductions, don't forget they're only available for 60 minutes. So your time to act is right now. Even if you're caught in two minds, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You can get this home and you can appreciate the gemstone's beauty before you make your final decision. And of course, always easier to make an informed decision once you've seen the gemstones in the flesh, once you've seen how they work with other gemstones and different metal tones. Maybe you've got a unique jewellery making discipline that you work within and you want to see whether the oval cuts will work. Get them home at this reduced price of $17.95. Actually, have a look at this. Because you get that intense green tone and then you've got that inner sort of cognac-like glow from the amber. Oh, wow, look at that. That is fantastic. Sorry, that marquise just doesn't want to sit on my finger. There you go. Just for your information, the Amber Cabochons are coming up in about 15 minutes' time now, so not long to wait at all. We're going to move on, though. These are the F colours. I'm gonna. Now these are the way to enhance your metal work, I suppose, because they. Oh, goodness me. You know what? Well. Going to be transported to you in a very sturdy packaging, I must say. Let's have a look at everything you get. There you go. Now you do get 3 blanks with this item. They're not necessarily these shapes. I believe there's a little bit of variation in the shapes, but just for presentation purposes, you can see there you get 3. So it could be a teddy bear, a dog and a cat, or I think you can get a butterfly as well in there. You also get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 colours. Oh, didn't need to do that because it's on the actual information. Well done, Ed. So you get 10 colours as well, and they're all those sort of bright, vibrant colour tones, your oranges, your greens, your blues. I've seen these used to great effect with, you know, everyday piece of metalwork that you might find around the house, like a washer, a normal washer. I've seen those used, and actually you get an instruction booklet with it, and it shows you how to do that. Do you know what? I've managed to get in here now just by being... I don't want to break this, but I kind of do. Because all right, I won't break it. Now, if you did get hold of the stove when it came out, that was the sort of technical product that was associated with this discipline. Maybe you've been working through the different designs and now you've ran out of the F colours. Here we go, there you go. This is the design that I was thinking of with the washers. So you buy those in a hardware shop for about 20p each, you know, those washers. And then once you apply the F colours, which is very easy to do, £21.95 is your price point this evening for your F colours selection. And there's lots of different demonstrations both on our website and on other websites online if you want to find out how to use these F colours. You do get 3 of the stamps. You get the 2 little filters so that you can get the F colour applied to the stamps, and you get those open jump rings as well for attaching your charms to your designs. Great way again to incorporate metallic tones into your designs, but with a little bit of a difference, a little variation, because you can give those colour tones to those pieces of metal. Perfect for anybody who's getting involved with steampunk designs, for example, because it gives a new lease of life to those steampunk looks, doesn't it? And actually, shall I tell you something exciting about steampunk designs? I was on Facebook last night on my presenter page when I got home from work, because I'm cool like that, and I saw a design from a regular viewer, Paula Wright, who's actually won Design of the Week previously, and she had created a sort of fusion of 2 looks really, because she created trees of life pendants but with a steampunk fashion. One of my relatives, my cousin, who I grew up with, Matt, he saw this design and he messaged me saying, Ed, how do I buy one of these? So I put my cousin in contact with our viewer here on Jewellery Maker, and she got a commission to a member of my family on Facebook. So there you go. Like my Facebook page, you never know, you might end up earning some pennies. We're going to move on. Oh, we've had a message from someone. It's come from Sarah Jane. It says, Ed, I'm so addicted to JM, I'm using my laptop and free Wi-Fi in the hospital just so I don't miss out on any deals. Thanks for the great show. Well, that's the way to do it, Sarah Jane, because now you're not going to miss out on the Amber Cabochons that you might have done. And also, maybe you're a nurse, but if not, and you're actually in hospital, get well soon from everybody at Jewellery Maker. And if you are a nurse, then you can have one of these, because nurses do sterling work. So don't panic, Sarah Jane, you won't miss out on the Amber Cabochons. Is everybody's mum a nurse? Your mum's a nurse and your mum's a nurse. Oh, right, okay. Oh, there you go. You can tell them that I admire them greatly. There you go. There you go. Shameless flattery to the cruise mothers. Let's move on. Now we had the black onyx pebbles at the start of the show. We've now got the alternative colour tone here in the form of that rich forest green. But because it is a brighter tone, you get a bit of a different finish, I suppose, because you've got the jet black tone. Anyway, and I would just use those together. They look fantastic, don't they? You almost get a sort of inner glow from the gemstone itself, the way the light passes through the gemstone, because they've got this almost translucent feel to them. I mean, look at that. Pastel tones, rich forest greens, a gemstone that everybody's going to recognise, and of course, given that this is Mother Nature's base tone, you know for a fact that these are going to go with any other gemstone. In fact, we've been talking earlier about sort of lemon and lime tones. How about matching these up with the yellow opal coming up as our superstar buy in about an hour's time? That would look fantastic. Does come from our Gems of Distinction range, but the price point does not reflect the quality that you're actually getting here. Don't worry, we're not trying to devalue green onyx in any way. We're just trying to make this particular gemstone as accessible as possible. We're trying to give you the best value on the market. Green onyx in those traditional top drill drops that are so easy to work with for less than £10 this evening. Start dialing that free phone number right now to get involved. Alternatively, you can click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. And $7.95. I have had a huge influx of buyers on our free phone number. If you do enter a short queue, don't panic. Stay where you are. You will be answered in the order in which you dial, and of course you're going to come through to a member of our award-winning help team. Quite a good idea to get used to that now, I suppose. So if you do want to get hold of the Amber Cabochons at 8 p.m, either dial very, very quickly or, you know, prepare yourself for a short queue, I believe. I think they're going to be popular. We're going to move on, though. Hold on a second. I thought we had a message from somebody. Yes, I want you to show it. Absolutely. Here it is. It's come from Nick. It says, I've had too much to drink, but wanted to say I love you, Ed. Loving the deals as well. Wine plus JM Late Show, never a good combo. You know, please drink responsibly. Actually, I'm not sure that is overly complimentary. You need a drink to find me lovable, Nick. I'll tell you what, I've got something for you to fall in love with, Nick. Are these canary sapphires? That's right. Gemstone, actually famed because it's been mistaken for yellow diamonds so many times. Yellow diamonds, I mean, they are just one of the most sought after varieties of diamonds available on the market, aren't they? And because of those misclassifications where people have confused yellow sapphires for yellow diamonds, yellow sapphire is also hugely popular. I mean, these are just so high quality. They're this sort of rich buttercup yellow we referred to earlier. And for me, gemstones of this quality are going to be few and far between, even for us here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. I mean, you'd be hard pushed to find sapphires of this quality on Gems TV, let alone Jewellery Maker. But of course, as an industry, we are struggling a little to source coloured sapphires at the moment. It's not that they're not available, it's just that the yields aren't traditionally high enough for the top-end designers or jewellery, high street jewellers, I should say. But of course, that gives us a bit of a competitive edge because we will take whatever's available because we know that our jewellery makers, A, want to offer their customers the same opportunities to own the big four, particularly the more revered varieties like your canary sapphires, and of course, lots of our viewers rely on yellow sapphires or the gems of, rely on the yellow, stop saying yellow sapphires, Ed. Rely on the gems of distinction range in order to get the high-end varieties of gemstones into their personal collections. So it's quite rare to see samples of canary sapphires, but as part of the gems of distinction range, this allows you to get this gemstone into your collection. 15 carats in total, faceted rondelles here, and they range in size, they are an approximate size of 2 by 1 mil. Now, you might have noticed that while I've been talking about this gemstone, I've been a little bit flustered. It's partly because I've fallen in love with the gemstone strand and I can't concentrate on what I'm saying because I keep getting drawn into the gemstone. It's partly because my producer keeps saying, shall we put the should-be price on? You're going to lower the price of canary sapphires? Even my producer's saying I really shouldn't. Well, of course you shouldn't. We're currently able to offer our customers canary sapphire at £2 per carat. This is a gemstone that you're probably going to be hard pushed to find on the high street. And of course, if you do go to some of the top-end designers for canary sapphires, you're going to be expecting to pay a premium, well, potentially 4-figure sums. So at £2 a carat for what I would describe as jewellery quality sapphire, based on the way it's been faceted, based on the consistency of the colour saturation, there's no way we should be taking this any lower. And actually, for once, even Liam's in agreement. He's normally a bit of a maverick. Normally he's saying, I'll do what I want, I'm taking the prices down. But tonight he says, luckily, I'm not in over the weekend. That's what he just said in my... Whoa! the lowest ever price for canary sapphires. We've just taken this down to roughly £1 a carat. I mean, these are seriously high quality sapphires. You can tell, not only from the way they've been faceted, but look at the consistency of colour, each and every one offering you that almost sort of daffodil or sunshine yellow. Unbelievable. I wish Sam was here. The reason I say that, if you are new to us, is one of my tech ops, she's an avid jewellery maker. She's got a very active customer account. If she was on a break now, she would add one of these to her order for me. She's not here today. So it looks like I'm going to miss out, especially when you look how many people are piling in at JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget, if you do place this inside your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, you need to check out this particular price reduction. Just like all of our price reductions, is only available for 60 minutes. And, well, I'm absolutely taken aback by that price point. Just to bring you canary sapphires here on Jewellery Maker is exciting, but to virtually take them to a half price deal, I mean, it's just unheard of. Wow. 15 carats of canary sapphires for $17.95. It's a must-have, isn't it? I mean, it's an add it to your order price. So if you've already got a P&P up and running, add this to your order. Take my advice. Trust me. Get it home. Look at it in the flesh. Fall in love with canary sapphires, and then make a decision. Because I think that this could be the lowest price point you'll ever see for sapphires of this quality here on Jewellery Maker. In fact, we might not even get the chance to bring you canary sapphires of this quality ever again. Who knows? So at $17.95, as I say, take advantage of that deal. Get them home, especially if you've got a P&P up and running. I mean, it's a collector's strand. Even if you don't want to turn this into a jewellery design, you're not going to be disappointed when you get it home and you are able to say you've got sapphire in your collection. I will just say one other thing. How about these combined with the yellow opal as our superstar buy? Sapphires and opals together. All you really need is I suppose, a hard-hitting focal point for that design. How about a bit of amber? Rich golden tone from you. Baltic amber. I should just say, we are going to bring you the opal at the end of the show as our superstar buy. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to end the opportunity to own the canary sapphire because we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we have got one of the biggest launches we've ever brought you here on the Late Show. We will give everybody the opportunity to own it, but you're going to have to act very, very quickly. We're launching amber after the break, so don't go away.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we have many stages of quality control, from lab tests all the way through to our own in-house gemologists. We're confident with our quality, but we want to give you that peace of mind by offering you a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Welcome back to a very, very special star buy here on Jewellery Maker. It's our Amber Cabochons. Start dialing that free phone number right now. We've put the graphics straight on screen so that you can start to get involved via our free phone number. Most people already coming through on the website now, the second we activated the graphics, and I have to say most people are taking 3, not even 2 of this particular item. Now, you're going to get one of our Amber Cabochons. And they come in various shapes. They range in size from 10mm to 30mm, so not much variation and very little variation from the opportunity they brought you this morning. And it's the exact same quality of amber as well, sourced by the same group of people. And of course, that means that we are bringing you Baltic amber, possibly the most revered variety of amber across the world. Now, amber is, I suppose, one of the most historic minerals It's one of the most revered minerals on the planet. It's traditionally sourced in Russia, particularly Baltic amber, comes from that region. And in those parts of the world, this gemstone is used in, well, lots of different items, perfumes and makeups, as well as art movements and carvings and statues. But of course, its primary usage is within jewellery designs. And you can see these little inclusions within the tree sap, which are basically prehistoric inclusions, or could be, I suppose. This is fossilised tree resin. Some people think it's sap, and I think that they make a reference to that in Jurassic Park. I think that's why people think of it. It's actually tree resin, and so the resin itself has been placed under intense pressure and temperatures over, well, millions of years. And just to be clear, the quantity bar there has frozen because there's so many people coming through. We can't keep up with you. There you go, it should jump down by about 100. So you can see how quickly these cabochons are flying out the door. One of the reasons they're so popular, of course, is because when people are selling their designs and bespoke jewellery designs, potentially your customers tend to form in one of two groups. They're either going to be people who are very knowledgeable, or they're people who have just been dragged along to the event. There doesn't seem to be any grey area with the people you're selling to, but everybody's going to be aware of amber. Everybody's going to have that association with it. And because of that strong link with Mother Nature itself, I think people do relate to what you're trying to achieve with your amber designs. This is a heart-shaped cabochon. They do come in a variety of different shapes and sizes, but I suppose one of the things that excites people about amber is the potential for a unique inclusion. Oops, my apologies. And you do get, you know, pieces of, well, nature really, that are frozen in time. And if you do find maybe an insect or a piece of foliage that is sort of suspended within this tree resin, gorgeous amber, it's thought that that is going to be about 60 million years old, that inclusion. And so you can see straight away the heritage that's attached to the gemstone. You can understand why people are so enthused by the idea of owning amber. The other key thing about amber, I suppose, for the summer months especially, is that it's very lightweight. I think some people always expect it to be quite heavy. It might just be the way it looks, but actually very, very light, because of course it is a resin. And it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, I am shocked by the clarity of the amber. I mean, I shouldn't be really, because it's Baltic amber. It's basically top of the range amber. It's what you'd expect to see set into designs by some of the biggest designers in the world. And I will say, like turquoise, amber is a gemstone, a mineral, which some top-end designers will base whole collections around. And you can actually look on some of the websites for the top-end designers and you'll see they have the amber collection, for example. That's how popular it is. Now, one of the reasons that people love this gemstone, not only that rich cognac or golden tone that you get, but also the clarity, because you can see through the gemstone. Sometimes that's really beneficial to a jewellery maker, because it allows you to see sort of the inner workings of the design, if you like, particularly wire work. And I imagine the cabochons are going to be used heavily by wire workers, but of course soutache designers as well. And actually, I imagine these can be integrated into a number of different designs, even classic beading designs, if you like. Now, we started with roughly 500 of these. We're already down to about 300, so you can see how popular they are, how quickly they're flying out the door. I'll show you an alternative cabochon shape, because we've got the classic cabochons here. You've got the rectangular shape. What's that in there? Oh, it's a little insect fossilized inside the resin. There you go. So you could clone your own dinosaur if you get this. Oh no, I'm being told that wasn't a documentary. Oh, sorry. There was some scientific flaws. Just to be clear, you get one cabochon as part of this particular collection. It's a lucky dip. So you could get a heart, you could get a cushion cut, you could get a round. I don't know what you're going to get, basically. Here's the selection of cuts you've got. There's the heart shape that we've seen. You've also got the potential to get a marquise, a round. That's a traditional round, circular domed cabochon. Oh yeah. If I had a walking stick. Wish I had my own island and helicopter. We've now just dipped under the 300 mark. As I said, we started with roughly 500. If you have placed these in your basket, please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because they are going to go quick. Don't forget, we haven't even unleashed our launch price yet. I know this morning they had a very unique price point. Let's give them even better value this evening, $6.95, and add it to your order price. But you've seen how quickly 200 have flown out the door. I'm guessing the remaining 300 are going to be moving just as quickly. You do get a variety of shapes, but you only get one for $6.95. So, I mean, I was saying I would probably get 3, 4, 5, maybe just get all 6, and then you might be lucky and get all 6 different shapes. To be honest, most of the people coming through are maximising on their 1 P&P per day by taking 2, 3, or mostly 4 actually. Loads of people grabbing 4 of these. So congratulations if you are taking advantage of the incredible value we're bringing you. And just to be clear, you get 1 cabochon here. It's a lucky dip as to what shape that you are actually going to receive. You could get a marquise shape. You could get a traditional cushion cut. I'll show you the shapes. That's the traditional cushion cut. You've also got an elongated version of that in the form of a rectangular cabochon. We've also got the circular domed cabochon. Then we've got your broader marquise cut. And of course the heart shape, which I do think is going to be very, very popular for jewellery makers who are selling their designs, just because heart shapes do tend to sell quite beautifully. I have to say though, I mean, the one that I'm really drawn to is this marquise cut in the ring design. I mean, that, beautiful. The reason that marquise cuts are traditionally used in ring designs is that they actually elongate the finger itself. Love that. Love that. Actually, I'll tell you what would look fantastic in a ring design. That traditional circular cabochon, look at that. I mean, all you need to do is create some very simple wirework prongs, isn't it? Alternatively, you can actually include these in a soutache design. That would look fantastic as a pendant, wouldn't it? Or, I know that there will be a lot of people who actually invest in these designs as talking points. So they have no intention of setting their amber into any kind of jewellery design. They just want it for their craft fair stores so that they can, you know, maybe build up a little bit of rapport with their customers, because of course when you've got genuine amber, it's something that a lot of people have never actually had the experience of touching or feeling or talking about it before previously. So it might just attract attention to your store, and that could lead to greater sales. Around about half the stock's now been allocated, and at $6.95 I'm not surprised. Probably got about 30 people who've placed one of these in your basket. Check out to avoid disappointment, because I don't know how many the phone buyers are going to want when they come through. If they want 3, 4, it only takes, say, 50 to 100 people to come through, and that clears off another 100, 150 out of the stock level. So if you have placed it in your basket, please make sure that you check out to avoid disappointment. Gorgeous clarity from your top range Baltic Amber this evening at $6.95. So congratulations to everybody who's come through. Those will remain on our website for the next 59 minutes at that price point. Can't guarantee that that price point will be honoured tomorrow morning. So as ever, our exclusive star buy price points are your best opportunity to get hold of these items. I mean, maybe you've never thought about working with amber before, but if you are intrigued by the idea of getting these home, then don't forget you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can take advantage of that by getting it home, seeing it in the flesh, and then working out whether it suits your designs. One of the ways in which you might like to work with your Baltic Amber is to use it alongside our Superstar buy, which is coming up in around about half an hour's time, and will be our final opportunity of the evening. It's our yellow opal, faceted rondelles of yellow opal, but they're huge. That is gorgeous, isn't it? I love that combination. Still got people flying through to multi-buy the Amber Cabochons, so congratulations to you. We're going to leave that one there, and we're going to move on. Where are we moving on to? Double deals, clearance opportunities. I'm going to kick off with this gorgeous strand of iolite. Top drilled iolite. Droplets. Huge length of strand. What's this, 30 centimetre strand? 28 centimetres. Get a lot of gemstones on the strand as a result. And of course, as part of this clearance deal, you get double the amount you normally would. Normally, this particular double deal would cost you $39.90. Gorgeous quality of iolite, that traditional violet tone you'd associate with a gemstone, and unique faceting, because these are isometric grid-like facets. Love that. Nice variation in sizes, ranging from 6x5 to 50mm. Normally it would cost you $39.90, so they're $19.95. Wow, tonight buy one, get one for £2. That is a genuine clearance deal there. You're effectively getting a Gems of Distinction well, that's our elite range, and, well, jewellery quality highlight here. Buy one, get one for £2. Totally ridiculous. It's virtually a half price deal, isn't it? Well, that's absolutely phenomenal, especially when you consider how many gemstones you've got on each strand here. And you've got that rich saturation of a beautiful violet hue there. This is the colour tone that you'd associate with highlight. In fact, the word highlight comes from the Greek derivation for the word violet. So it's absolutely the colour tone you'd expect to see. A double deal. Buy one, get one for £2. Now we're going to move on. We're going to bring you this gorgeous variety of jasper. Always popular during the summer months, this strand of jasper. And it's because you've got those sort of desert-like tones. Very earthy, sandy hues that come through from your picture jasper. Each and every gemstone is going to be completely unique because of that banding that you receive on the surface of the gemstone. Real feature gemstones here, given that they're 30 by 10 mil in size and they're faceted, so you've got over 250 carats of picture jasper on each strand, so over 500 carats in total. Look at that one, I love that. That has a sort of, well, bear with me here, hope you're going to understand what I'm going to say here. It has a sort of cowboy-like feel to it. Doesn't it look like cowhide? You know, like the chaps a cowboy would wear. It's that kind of pattern that you'd find on a cowhide. Should be $26.90, which means that normally one strand is $12.95, $13.95. That's not your price point this evening. This is a double deal. Wow, once again, buy one, get one for £1.50, because I've just done the maths. It's not $12.95 or $13.95, it's right in the middle. It's $13.45 for one strand normally. Tonight, 2 strands as part of a clearance deal for $14.95. So, a wholesale bundle. Your opportunity to maximise on, well, the value we bring you here at Jewellery Maker, as well as your 1 P&P per day. Take advantage of the wholesale bundles that we can present to you here at Jewellery Maker and add this to your order. Buy one, get one for £1.50. 250 carats of picture jasper for £1.50 as part of this bundle. If you want to take advantage of that deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now to get involved. Oh, we're going to move on because we're going to bring you some gorgeous chain here. I love this chain. It's absolutely gorgeous. Rose gold tones, which I am, you know, a little bit drawn to, I must say. I think it's just the versatility of the metallic tone that I like about the rose gold finish. And this is rose gold finished copper chain, very large links. They're 24 by 20 mil in size, and I can tell you right now that this is the ultimate clearance double deal. It's buy one, get one free. I said you buy one, you get one free. A clearance double deal. 38 centimetre length of chain. So, yes, normally one chain is $7.95. Tonight, 2 for $7.95. That's a no-brainer really, isn't it? You're always going to need chain. These are, for me, very on trend because they're sort of, they're fashion style jewellery. If you go to department stores and have a look at the jewellery designs that are available there, I'm always shocked actually because they've used base metals. They traditionally use synthetic gemstones and they want you to pay 20, 30, 40 pounds for a necklace. Well, obviously it's different for me because I know what can be achieved by simply watching Jewellery Maker for a week. But if you do want to get hold of this, it's a great way to replenish your stocks on your chain, or of course just to take advantage of the value that we bring you. 2 lengths of chain for the price of 1, but only for the next 60 minutes, or more likely while stocks last. How many of this bundle do we have in stock? And how many have we actually already allocated? So we had less than 50 when we first started. Less than half the stock's been allocated. I'm shocked. There's a lot of customers across the pond who recognise the value that we offer here at Jewellery Maker. What's going on in the UK? Start dialing that free phone number right now. Our clearance deal, buy one, get one free on rose gold finish chain. Normally one chain costs £7.95. Tonight you can get both of these for £7.95. £7.95. Lots and lots of people flying in all of a sudden. A sudden realisation. You know what it is? People have got us on their tablets or their laptops, but they're out in the garden having the barbecue and they're not concentrating. Well, if you don't concentrate on the deals, you're going to miss out. It may be late,
but the deals are great.
The deals are great. That's right, Pedro. Let's move on. Okay, this is my presenter pick from our clearance double deals, based on my love of very feminine gemstones. Love pink gemstones. Used to actually do this gemstone a bit of a disservice, I think, because I used to always think of it as a bit of a substitute to the likes of kunzite and morganite, but actually within the jewellery making world, I think rose quartz is even more well known than those traditional high-end varieties of feminine gemstones. And it might just be because there's so much folklore and legend attached to rose quartz. You know, it's known as the gemstone of true love, and that does hold a lot of significant connotations, doesn't it? Because it doesn't just have to be romance, does it? It may just be the love you have for a friend or a relative. Beautiful gemstone. But like morganite, it actually takes its colour saturation from the inclusions that you see there. So very little compromise that you have to make when you're working with rose quartz. You either got gorgeous clarity, or you've got a more heavily included gemstone which has a richer saturation of colour, and so you get that beautiful pastel pink. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, traditionally when we think about a gemstone like rose quartz, we think of those delicate feminine colour tones. I'm almost inclined to think of delicate cuts. Well, that's not the case with these particular strands. They are huge, faceted slabs, they're classified as. I mean, if Lucy was here, she would definitely be describing these as mahoosive, wouldn't she? They're massive. They're 35 by 20 mil for the smallest variety, ranging up to 38 by 22 mil in size. 600 carats on one strand. You're about to get 1,200 carats. Normally it would cost you $23.90, so normally it'd be $11.95. You're not serious. Buy one, get one for £1. Each and every one of these absolutely large enough to be the pendant within a necklace design or the focal point of any design. Do you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about a cuff style bangle with this set into the centre, maybe as a sort of watch face. In fact, I'll give you a quick count up. This will be an approximation, but it'll give you an idea of just how many pendants you're going to get on these strands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so that does give you a good indication because we've taken two. They've both got 11 on the strand. So for $12.95, you get 22 gemstones, approximately. You might get 21, you might get 24. It will only vary based on the carat weights, although here you've got 1,200 carats, so I'll be shocked if you're disappointed by what you receive here. 1,200 carats for £12.95. Totally ridiculous. Especially for a gemstone that's going to work in so many different designs based on the fact that it is the gemstone of true love. Now we're going to move now from the baby pinks to the baby blues, because we're going to go for some crackle quartz in the baby blue tone. But have a look at this. Not only do you get that crackled effect that's going to add that texture that you associate, but if you are looking for character and personality from a gemstone, well, these are going to tick the box, because you've got the heart shape that's so popular. This is going to be another of our clearance deals, so we've doubled up your opportunities to give you a wholesale deal. And whenever we bundle items together, we can take the price down because of the value we can offer you. 140 carats in one strand. This evening you're going to get 280 carats. That would normally cost you $15.90. The strands are $7.95 individually. But tonight, we're not going to stay at that price point. Down to $9.95. Once again, buy one, get one for £2. I mean, these gemstones have such a great deal of character because of those heart-shaped carvings that you really don't have to do a lot of work on your jewellery designs, do you? Because these are going to do a lot of the work for you. They could be the pendants. Actually, do you know what I always think of? The smaller puffy hearts, the 10mm puffy hearts, perfect for charms. So again, you can be quite minimalist in your approach. You don't have to pile huge carat weights into the design to make a great effect. Absolutely out of this world. And how about this? If you do get hold of a heart-shaped cabochon, you could easily mirror that with, oh, I love the golds and the blues. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. We're moving on to them. Okay, we're going to fit in one more double deal before we bring you our next star buy, which is another essential finding deal in the form of toggle clasps. And again, we're giving you a bit of a deal on pyrite, but this time an alternative colour tone, because we've given this a baby pink coating. $19.90 would be the normal price, so normally one strand of these is $9.95. These are the faceted rice beads, but normally when you have the rice beads, they have more of that elongation, they're a little bit softer. These have more of a dynamic edge to them because of the way they've been faceted. Gorgeous shimmer because you've got that metallic finish, but of course you've got the more feminine colour tone here in the form of the baby pinks. Normally one strand would be $9.95, so it's $19.90 for a double deal, but as part of a clearance deal, once again it's going to be buy one, get one for £2. So $11.95 for both strands here. Great way to maximise on the profitability that you can make from your jewellery designs, or of course, maybe you just want to take advantage of the value we can offer you as part of a clearance deal. Buy one, get one for £2. Where else could you get hold of over 100 carats of pyrite for £2? I think you'd be hard pushed. Only available as part of this particular clearance deal, of course, and all of our bundles are only available online for the next 60 minutes. And there are still some samples of the Amber Cabochons available online. So if you do want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, then you can add those Amber Cabochons to your order for just $6.95. I'm going to leave this particular pyrite deal with you because it's time now to bring you those essential toggle clasps as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. As I say, time now to bring you an essential finding in the form of a toggle clasp, but with a bit of a difference, because these are not just going to be used as component parts within your designs. I don't believe so anyway, because they're of such a significant size that they're going to be a feature of the design. Now, you get 3 of each, and you've got a variety of different finishes, sizes and metallic tones. Okay, so we'll start with the smaller toggle clasps. These come in your 2 individual sections. Gold plated sterling silver toggle clasps. You get 3 of these in total, and the toggle itself is 13mm and the T-bar is 22mm. You get 3 of those. Then you get 3 of the larger antique bronze finished toggle clasps. Do you know what this reminds me of? For my Holy Communion, my confirmation when I was younger, I got a rosary ring, a rosary on a ring, and it reminds me so much of that, just because of that metal beading that you've got there. And again, the toggle here, 24mm, the T-bar 37mm, and you get 3 of those, perfect for a vintage look to your designs. And then have a look at this, the largest variety. Now these are a base metal, they're copper in total, but they have been plated with gold. Actually, it's gold flash coating, my apologies. The toggle is 30mm and the T-bar itself is 52mm in size. Here, I mean, those are the kind of toggle clasps that I would associate with top-end sort of Italian designs, because you've actually got a little bit of detailing on the metalwork itself. If we look closely, I hope you can see this on the screen. And it's this level of detailing that will actually set you apart from other jewellery makers out there. Especially, I think, if you're working with a component part that offers you this much character, that feeds into your design in many ways, because it's going to become a feature, isn't it? It's just huge. I've seen a lot of necklaces recently, actually, current trends, which actually fasten at the front rather than the back. And if you've got a very significant toggle clasp like that, you can actually make a feature of it. Maybe the necklace could actually be secured on the side, an asymmetrical style design, or even at the front as a pendant style design. You can see there, you could use it as a toggle fastening on the neckline, for example. Hey, actually, do you know what? You could almost set a watch face into that, couldn't you? And then you'd have a little nurse's watch. Perfect for Liam's mum and for Pedro's mum. There you go. So there you go. That's your gold-plated copper toggle clasp. You get 3 of those as well. So I'll show you everything you're going to get. So there you go. All 3 of your very sizable gems. As I say, I wouldn't associate this kind of look with high-end Italian designs. You've got that rope effect on the metalwork there as well. That's your largest one. Then you've got the antique bronze finish. These are perfect for the vintage style designs, in my opinion. You get 3 of those as well. And then you get 3 of your gold-plated sterling silver traditional toggle clasps with your T-bar and toggle. So there's everything you're going to get. 9 toggle clasps in total. Of course, it's an essential finding. And if you want to add this to your order, normally it would cost you over £20. This evening, we're going to bring you this particular deal for under 15, $14.95. We are working on it. We're going to get our graphics back up and running any second now. They'll hit your screen. I see. Okay, well, yes, we're just waiting for the graphics to reintroduce themselves on the screen. But if you want to steal a march and get hold of this particular item, here it is. Well, Director Ryan, I don't think you need to apologise for your terrible handwriting. Yeah, I think maybe the technical staff or the IT need to come down and apologise. Where's the graphics, guys? $14.95 for your Star Buy toggle deal. 9 toggle clasps here, so you've got those high-end gold-plated sterling silver toggle clasps in the more traditional sizes. Then you've got the vintage-style antique bronze toggle clasps. You can see those at the top of your screen. And then you've got those feature toggle clasps, which is gold flash on your copper toggle clasps. And you can add all of these to your order for just $14.95. This is the code you're going to need. And I believe the graphics are just about to kick back in. But if you do want to steal a march, it's OK. GC30 and it's $14.95. That has been our Star Buy, and there you go. Now you can actually order it. $14.95. So that means that you're getting each of the set of toggle clasps for less than £5 effectively. That's amazing when you think that. I mean, the bottom ones along on the screen there, which are the smaller sizes, they're gold-plated sterling silver. Elsewhere, you could pay £5 per toggle clasp for just those. You get 9 as part of this deal, and of course that gives you lots of different opportunities as a jewellery designer, because you've got the big sort of showcase boutique style toggle clasp. You've got the antique bronze, which gives you the vintage look, and then you've got the classic gold-plated sterling silver in the smaller toggle clasp. $14.95 is the price point this evening for the toggle clasp collection. And we will have another Star Buy. It's probably coming up in about 10 minutes time actually, in the form of yellow opal. Have a look at this alternative variety of opal. I think when most people think of opal, they think about that classic colour play, that pin fire that we associate with a gemstone. But maybe you're looking for an alternative variety. Here we've got the beautiful yellow opal, October's birthstone, but a chance to introduce your customers or maybe your relatives, a loved one, to an alternative variety of opal, yellow opal. It's coming up in about 10 minutes time, so not long to wait at all, and we will be able to launch this at an exclusive premiere launch price. We're going to move on though. I'm going to bring you some more beautiful findings, essential components. Again, you get 3 in total. Just have a look at the level of detailing you've got here on these clasps. These are gold-plated sterling silver. I'll show you them. There's such a high level of detailing. Oh, I can't get both parts together, sorry. Give up on that. There you go. So it's like a rose in bloom. Gold-plated sterling silver. 3 of these particular clasps, and just look at that. I mean, this is going to really elevate your design onto that next level, isn't it? If you have just got hold of our Amber Cabochons, then you could complete that design with gold-plated sterling silver, 11 by 16 mm in size. You get 3 pieces in total. And you can add these to order right now for $6.95. That's amazing, isn't it? Because, of course, if you've already got a P&P up and running today, you paid your $2.95, you're always going to need clasps, but these offer you something different, don't they? They enhance your design, so they look so beautiful. I mean, they could work in vintage designs, but they also have a contemporary feel to them as well, so pretty much going to suit any design you want to put together, and they'll allow you to justify the price point you want to achieve in your design, because the level of detailing combined with the use of precious metals makes it much easier to justify the amount of time and creativity you've put into your piece of jewellery. $6.95 for gold-plated sterling silver, and that image represents everything you're going to get, because you get 3 as part of this particular deal. So congratulations to everybody who is coming through. Most people are multi-buying that deal as well. Moving on though, I knew you were going to say that. While we're giving everybody metal tones and the essential component parts, my producer just said, get out of my head. You know what, we're just on the same wavelength, me and Liam. We know what you want as jewellery makers out there, and we're about to bring you a metre of gold-plated sterling silver round wire. It's 1 mil in gauge. Look at that. Oh. I can't resist it because of the spring-like shape. I just want, hey, finally done. I really shouldn't be messing around with precious metals, should I? You can't resist it when you see a spring-like shape like that. It just looks like the Olympic mascot for Springfield. Springy. 1 metre of gold-plated sterling silver round wire here for $16.95. What do you mean should be? Okay, attention wire workers, start dialing the free phone number. Should be $16.95. My producer's so bitter that he's had to hand everybody back £5. And he said, well, there you go, you should know all about this price reduction because you're responsible for it. I did a morning show a couple of weeks ago with producer Dion, and she was very generous. She gave everybody a £5 saving on, I would say, the most high-end wire that we offer here at Jewellery Maker, because it's gold-plated sterling silver 1 mil gauge round wire. And any other time it's going to be $16.95, but this evening we have honoured the previous low of $11.95. So if you do want to take advantage of this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. This price reduction will only be available for the next 60 minutes. $11.95. I'm going to leave it on with you and we're going to move on. Oh, wow. Do you know what? We've had a lot of heart-shaped gemstones on this evening, and let's just put the Amber Cabochons to one side. Let's forget about those. And if anybody has tuned in now, based on my previous promotions on Facebook, they are still available online, or if you dial the free phone number. So let's just put the Amber Cabochons to one side. Aside from these, oh, actually, the combination's quite good, isn't it? The cognacs and the lavenders, I like that. I would say these are... yeah, I think I'm going to go for it. These are my favourite heart-shaped gemstones of the night, excluding the Amber Cabochon. A little caveat. Little asterisk next to that. No, I just think, you know, regular viewers will already be aware that I like feminine colour tones. I mean, for me, this is almost like the kind of hue that you get from a kunzite, if I'm honest. This lavender amethyst. You do get pink tones in your kunzite, but you also get purple hues coming through as well. And I think this really reminds me of beautiful kunzite. It is in fact lavender amethyst, so it's more of those sort of pale tones from one of the most recognisable gemstones used on the market. And of course, this is one of the most recognisable cuts, because heart-shaped gemstones, again, evoke connotations of romance and love. And therefore they're heavily used within jewellery because, of course, traditionally people buy jewellery to reflect those sentiments of love. 140 carats in total, and right now you can take advantage of this deal because we've taken these 10 mil heart shapes to $11.95. Unbelievable, especially when you consider the amount of work that's gone into sourcing jewellery quality lavender amethyst and cutting and polishing it all into these heart-shaped gemstones. $7.95. Wow. Another huge reduction. Producer Liam's got all excited since the Amber launch. $7.95. 140 carats. I'm astounded. These make gorgeous charms. You know, when we had a look at the crackle blue quartz, for example, I was thinking about charms. Actually, hold on a second. Boom, right there. If you got hold of the crackled blue quartz hearts, we only did that about 15-20 minutes ago. That's an add it to your order price. And there's still some of that double deal available. Wow. That's a great combination, isn't it? There you go, seeing lots of regular buyers. Names I recognise from the crackled quartz deal. Adding now the clearance price point on the lavender amethyst to their order. I don't blame you. Absolutely gorgeous combination, but actually the lavender hearts will work so well in so many different designs. Despite the fact that you've got the femininity from that lavender hue, they're quite a neutral tone really, aren't they? Going to work with most other gemstones. Again, I can see these working really well with your amber, but also, how about that for a very opulent and elegant look? Yellow opal and lavender amethyst. Two alternative varieties of two of the most well-known gemstones. So that's quite interesting, isn't it? And we've received another message. Had lots of interaction tonight. It's coming from Laura. It says, "Hi Ed, that lavender amethyst strand is stunning. I'm a beginner to jewellery maker at 20 and I would make a simple bracelet. Love the show." Laura, what a fantastic message. A little bit of inspiration, sharing your own jewellery making journey with us as well. So I think that would be fantastic, because I always think of the puffy cut as being really comfortable on the wrist line. You can see how well it would work actually. Maybe just some little spaces in between the hearts. You could even set them into a macrame bracelet, couldn't you? And that way you only need, what, 5 or 6? So you can maximise on the profitability of the strand. Particularly if you're getting hold of a clearance deal. Those are down to $7.95, but in 60 minutes they're going to return to $11.95. So take advantage while you can. We're going to move on. We're going to move on now to coated quartz. You get a huge array of colour tones here. Sorry, metallic coated agate. I said metallic coated quartz. My apologies, my fault. This is agate, and just have a look at the combination of colours you've got here. Tanzanite blues, raspberry pinks, amethyst purples, turquoise greens, emerald greens as well actually. Oh, look at that. That's kind of a London blue topaz tone, isn't it? Those midnight blues. And not only have you got over 200 carats of multicoloured agate here, they've also received this metallic coating. So we've tried to enhance Mother Nature's hard work here and give you a unique finish to the gemstone that will hopefully enhance your jewellery designs. Absolutely gorgeous, because again, a very versatile size and shape. 20 by 15 mil in size. They make perfect pendants for your designs, or of course they could be the feature on an asymmetrical design. They could actually be used as ring designs. Gorgeous, look at that. Just simple wirework ring, create a prong setting. The gemstone's going to be doing all the work for you because of the significant carat weight you've got on each and every gemstone here, as well as the unique finish on the gemstone, because that metallic coating gives you quite an interesting shimmer and play of light that you wouldn't normally get from a gemstone. Look at that, almost a reflective like quality. It's going to get you noticed. And of course, because the whole strand is just $7.95, if you are somebody who loves to create wirework rings, I mean, you could sell each of these at £5 a pop perhaps. You're still going to make a huge amount of profit, aren't you? I think people are definitely going to invest in designs like that because of the vibrancy of the colours, the slightly unique finish, that metallic coating. They've got it all, haven't they? $7.95, a must-have for most jewellery makers, and mainly just because those are such popular colour tones to have in your gemstone stash. We are now going to move on because it is time to launch another premiere this evening. We've already brought you our Amber Cabochons, and if you are just tuning in thinking we'd be launching them now, we will give you an opportunity to own them. But actually, we're about to launch a brand new strand of yellow opal. Let's do it! Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, every night we're going to close the show with an exclusive launch. Tends to be our most exclusive launch of the evening. We were toying with the idea of doing the Amber, but because we had such a high stock level, we actually launched those at 8 p.m. So if you do want to add those to your order, they're already available on our website. Don't panic. We had a very high stock level and just over half the stock's been allocated. So we've still got plenty of opportunities on your Amber Cabochons. If you want to add one of those to your order, head over to JewelleryMaker.com and it's just $6.95. Alternatively, you can dial the free phone number. Come through to a member of our award-winning help team and those will, one of those lovely members of our team will add the Amber Cabochon to our order. We will put the details along the bottom of the screen for you once we launch our Superstar buy. And tonight, we're going to bring you an alternative variety of a very, very popular gemstone. We've thought a lot about opal over the last few months, and I think we've really come to the conclusion that it is one of the most sentimental gemstones. A lot of people have very strong emotive ties to opal. One trend of thought, one theory is that because traditional opal offers you that colour play, that pinfire, when you see that as a child, it resonates with you and it stays with you. And so maybe that's why people have those strong associations, because it's really the gemstone that stands out for you when you were a child. Alternatively, you know, opal did used to be heavily used, say 100 years ago or so within jewellery design, and so maybe it's a generational thing and a lot of us associate opal with, you know, a loved one, a great aunt, a grandma, even a mother, and so maybe that's the reason that we have these strong ties with opal. However, it is of course October's birthstone, and so that's another reason that a lot of people identify with this gemstone and are more inclined to invest in opal jewellery. I think the reason that opal has been used so much over the last 100 or 200 years is the quite unique folklore and legend that's attached to a gemstone like opal. You know, all kinds of mystical abilities have been attributed to this gemstone, and so, you know, it's been used for those reasons, and again, that feeds into people's personal association with the gemstone. Now, as I say, when most people think of opal, they think of that traditional pinfire, that colour play, those little swirls of green and orange that you traditionally see in opal. Here we've got an alternative variety. So this is a different sort of species of opal, and instead of offering that pinfire, it offers you an alternative colour tone. Huge variation of colours from these sort of pale lemon tones through to your golden tones, even some of the sort of cognac or amber hues that we've seen earlier this evening. And if you do want to add those ambers to your order, then they are available. Information at the bottom of the screen. These are faceted rondelles, but traditionally when we think about faceted rondelles, they're more delicate cuts, but these are broader faceted rondelles, so they're going to make more of an impact on your designs. That could even be the feature of a design, couldn't they? They could be used as a pendant potentially. Whenever I see these broader rondelles, I always think of charms, as I said earlier, but it depends how you want to incorporate them into your designs. You could just use one of them as a feature gemstone in a ring design perhaps. So lots of different creative opportunities, lots of potential for a strand like this, and of course the opportunity for you to introduce your customers to a unique an alternative variety of a very, very well-known gemstone like opal. Lots of people, even if they are au fait with different gemstone varieties or the kind of gemstones that are used by the high street jewellers, they may not be aware of the alternative varieties of opal. Beautiful yellow opal here, offering you that gorgeous variation in the colour tones. And of course, tonight, as our superstar buy, we can bring you an exclusive launch price. So it may be that when you get this home, you start to think about gemstones in a whole new light. Absolutely incredible. Now, if you want to get these home tomorrow morning, I can't guarantee you're going to get hold of them at the exact same price that we're going to bring you this evening, because whenever we launch a brand new gemstone, we give you an exclusive launch price. And that means that this is your best opportunity to get hold of beautiful yellow opal. Currently available at $14.95. And just have a look at this strand. It's almost like looking at a flower bed of daffodils, isn't it? The variety of colour tones, those pale lemon tones, those rich golden hues, as well as those sort of sunshine, vibrant tones. You've got some gemstones here that are giving you an opaque finish, some that are offering you beautiful clarity. If you want to add this to your order, it does come from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite range of gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, and it's available right now for $14.95. In 1 hour, that is the price point you will have to pay. But tonight, we're going to give you an exclusive launch price because it's a superstar buy. We're going to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P and take these down to $11.95, which makes it so easy for you to get this strand of yellow opal home, see it in the flesh, and appreciate this gemstone for 30 days before you make an informed decision. Look at that, it's almost an inner glow you're getting from the opal rondelles here. Go perfectly with those beautiful cognac hues from the amber. And if you are intrigued by the opportunity to add yellow opal to your collection, this is the only sample we have available here at Jewellery Maker. Not something we're going to come across every day because, of course, opal traditionally comes in those white tones with the pinfire. Yellow opal, much rarer opportunity to get hold of, and so if you are an avid gemstone collector, I can't guarantee when we'll have this back in stock, can't guarantee whether we'll ever have this back in stock. And right now you can add it to your order for an exclusive launch price of $11.95. 90 carats of yellow opal at an exclusive launch price. The rondelles themselves range from 6x3 to 9x5, and you can see just how well received this was by our experienced lapidarists who have faceted and polished this to perfection. 90 carats in total for just $11.95. Quite spectacular, but of course only available at that price point for the next 60 minutes, at which point they're going to return to the price point of $14.95. October's birthstone, one of the most sentimental gemstones available on the market, and right now you can add it to your order for just $11.95. Particularly useful over the summer months when people are, I suppose, leaning towards those vibrant colour tones. So these will work perfectly in your summer designs, won't they? And of course you get to offer your customers a very well-known gemstone such as opal. Maybe, as I say, it's your own birthstone. Maybe you have one of those associations with opal. Maybe your grandmother used to wear opal and you've never seen this alternative variety. You can own it right now for $11.95. It's a superstar buy opportunity. The lowest possible price we can give you, but it's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. If you want to add that to your order, dial our free phone number right now or place it in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com. But if you do place it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. An incredible opportunity this evening to own a very rare species of opal. $11.95 is your price point on our superstar buy. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because we are now going to have to bring the show to a close. Don't forget, if you want to add amber to your order in the form of the cabochons, just go to our website or speak to a member of our award-winning help team. There is still some stock available. And just enough time for me to thank the crew, the director, the producer, Pedro and Amelia for joining me on floor, and we are now going to bring the show to a close. So stay tuned right now for some designer inspiration. I'll be back on Sunday night at 5 p.m. Thank you and good night.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
The four most common details considered in the industry when securing a quality gemstone are described as the 4 C's. The first C we look for is colour. The colour of a gemstone refers to the hue, tone, and more importantly, the even saturation of colour within the gemstone. This can make the difference between a poor stone and a highly exquisite gem, being highly sought after by collectors worldwide. Secondly, we look for clarity. Almost all gemstones can contain some type of inclusions formed during crystallisation. Some gemstones, for example emerald, are acceptable with inclusions, whilst others are graded on how clean they are. Then we look for carat. Gemstones are always measured in carat weight when cut and commonly in grams as rough. Additionally, there are 100 points in every carat, so every point counts. And last but definitely not least, we come to cut. The cut is the most misunderstood and underestimated of the 4 C's. The cut should never be confused with the shape of the gemstone. This is the 3-dimensional form, whilst the cut is the direct manipulation of the gemstone's facets by the lapidrist. Many factors are involved here, including the vision, experience and expertise of the lapidrist. If accomplished perfectly, a truly exquisite gemstone can be crafted into a work of art.
You can now keep in touch by following Jewellery Maker on Twitter. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Did you know that the Jewellery Maker phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping. If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
Book now to take part in the Gemporia experience. Take a behind-the-scenes tour of our TV studios, meet the presenters, and learn about gemstones and jewellery. The price of £169 includes an overnight stay at the picturesque White Swan Hotel, a buffet lunch, refreshments, and a 3-course dinner. Dates are limited, so call or email us now for an experience you'll never forget.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome. It's Thursday, it's Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican. Boy, oh boy, it's too hot officially to be outside today, so you may as well stay in with me and someone who, I've got to admit, has done wire work more than once. It's Laura Binding.
Good morning or afternoon.
Afternoon. How are you, Spellbinding?
I'm good. Good. Hot.
It is hot to try
really hot
today,
yeah.
isn't it? It is. Tell us about what to expect from the first Designer Insp, please.
We are going to be doing we're going to be focusing on wristwear today. So the first one is going to be a little bit different, something a little bit sort of a bit festively, you know, something a bit different.
I love the first one. Really wearable, very wearable.
Very comfortable to wear as well.
Very comfortable, but sometimes I think when you say wearable, you might think, oh, a little bit plain, but it's not at all, is it?
No.
It's really gorgeous. And then what are we expecting from your second Designer Inspiration?
The second one's going to just be a bit of fun. We're going to do a couple of projects in the second one, and I'm actually going to make you do something as well.
Oh, yeah. Throw that one on me. Not a problem, I can't wait. I've got so much coming up for you today. I've got a stunning strand of tanzanite, which honestly you're just going to be bedazzled by. I've also got some more of those pearl studs that we've had on this morning. We got rid of them all this morning, but we managed to get our hands on the last few, so stay tuned with us for that. I've also got loads and loads of garnet. I have got mesh for you today, and I wonder if I can see it in here. Oh, I can't. You're going to have to wait. I've got some abalone shell coming up for you as well. Last amount of that, though, so you're going to have to be quick. So much today. Let's get started. Over here. Is this the new? Starting off with something brand spanking new. It's one of Laura Binding's favourite gems, actually. It is actually, isn't it? It is. Are you actually in love, actually?
I actually am quite in love with it, actually.
This is brand spanking new strand. It is this beautiful. Oh, hang on. Beg your pardon, Eleanor says. It's brand new to the mid-show. It's brand new to the mid-show. You have seen it once before. This is the beautiful solar quartz in the graduated marquise shapes. Look at this, it's like ruby red, that, isn't it? Isn't that stunning? It's a really, really bright, vibrant, kind of Dorothy red that we're working with here. I think it's wonderful that we're able to see the marquise shapes on the solar quartz. I personally haven't seen it before. I've seen the drops and I've seen the rounds, like the coin shapes, but I've not personally seen these marquise shapes. I think it's beautiful though. Imagine this, actually with this shape too. You know, sometimes with the drops, because they're larger at the base, they are really, you can maybe only have one, can't you? One or maybe two with the larger bottoms kind of as a drop pendant. But with this, because of the shape of these, you could easily get away with 3, 5, maybe even more, because there is a bit of a graduation there. I wonder how this would look